Don't bother dialing my number. I told you once and I'll tell you again. I don't care about how he hurt you. I'm sure you hurt me the first time. You think it's okay to be friends. Do it again. Your rain and terror's got you in. I'm making time for me and myself and my true friends. So just move on. Just move on. Can you see my brown is always upside down, baby? Just move on. Just move on. Just move on. Forget our past, I'm not your man, baby. Here's the night and just move on. Don't whisper in my ear like I'm yours. Oh, baby, baby, know you're truly happy when you see me walking out that door. Na, na, na. Oh, 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 yeah. Just move on. Just move on. Or can you see my brown is always upside down, baby? Just move on. Just move on. Just move on. Forget our past, I'm not your man, baby. Here's the night, you just move on. Bring it up, go! There's a little island across the sea. Come on, my friend, take a trip with me to an island that I call home, where you can roll your windows down and feel the breeze. Stick your foot out, 5 biggies. Oh, I wouldn't change it for the world. 'Cause I love Guam, I love you. I've got love for all my jet loose.
Playing all your go-to jams. Breeze 93.9 FM.
KFC on the mic, KFC.
I'm leaving today, leaving today. Really wish I could stay, wish I could stay. My heart is pounding, pounding your name.
Here without you is like a stormy weather. You're my necessity, only you make it better. Leaving you today could be the worst day. It's the last that I will see your face. This is what I'm saying.
I'm leaving today, leaving today. Really wish I could stay, wish I could stay. My heart is pounding, pounding your name. Excuses were made, the truth has been said. Now it's just running, running inside my head. You told me to leave, I begged you please. Now I'm just begging, begging, I'm on my knees. I'm leaving today, leaving today. Really wish I could stay, wish I could stay. My heart is pounding, pounding your name. Baby, I don't understand. Did I put my heart in the wrong hands? Gave you everything, I gave you all my love, but in the end it wasn't good enough. Oh Lord, it wasn't good enough. I'm leaving today, leaving today. Really wish I could stay, really wish I could stay. My heart is pounding, ooh, it's pounding your
Cosigna uli die sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes Dio hum niga Ratzaud malakes fredzas Duretin todo in memu a no gi distancia como kupu gi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla senpai Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba isla selva. Toru i tempo i pas, paraita, zangin na bendition. Contra biligo na avança fuam Jus proteis langom Contra biligo na avança
Have you ever had that feeling? Made you oh so glad. Have you ever had that feeling? The memory of our land. So here we go now, here we go. Hearing monkey music, here we go now. Feel the flow. Yenene mastakilu, hina soku. Yenene mastakalu, ikurason. Then he must be good and in Yahu who pressing my saddle. Parabaputehi, then defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamuru, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamuru, yes, yes, yes. Shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 SD who what bit my ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah. Yenene mastakilu, hina soku. Yenene mastakalu, ikurason. Then it must be good and in Yahu who pressing my saddle. Parabaputehi, then defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamolu, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamolu, yes, yes, yes. Ni shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who what bit my ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Joe, sir. Morning, boss. Right on. Hey, it's a beautiful day in the village. It's 6:20 on a Blood Moon Wednesday. Good morning on you. May 26th. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
Right on. So Jason is on leave, and Ken Sanity had to leave. So you got us. But you know, not too shabby, not too shabby. Welcome to the link. Good morning. I know a lot of people out there walking, checking out the moon. I get all confused when they're like, I thought it was Wednesday in the States, so I was thinking it was tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and now you got to wait another 5,000 years to see it again. Ah, darn it.
I saw it. It was huge.
How was it? Well, the moon last night was huge, but then there was a lunar eclipse this morning.
Yeah, on my way to work, I saw the moon.
So was it like red or
Like orangey.
orangey? Right on. 6:21. Good morning. Hump Day. Right here on the link. I want to thank our sponsors. Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cowboy Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E. As always, a great big giant huge show for you guys today. It's so big I almost threw my back out coming in the studio with it. I had to pick it up over my head. So here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance and our friend Moniaka. They did this great series from Nanas to Nennies with us here at KUAM, and they've got this whole release that they're doing things to just reduce the amount of waste. It's kind of become just a normal thing. You know what I mean? Just being environmentally conscious. Hopefully we can really pound it into these idiots who are illegal dumping. And I think she's going to talk a little bit about that. And, you know, we'll just make an environmental hour with Nick Lee, Guam EPA, coming on 7:30. Chief Dan Stone, of the Guam Fire Department. In the 8 o'clock hour, Senator Clint Rigel and Jibwick. We're getting the adult outpatient services people coming on this morning as part of Mental Health Awareness Month, which is winding down. Almost June. And of course, there's a lot of news on the way too. Good morning to our Facebook Live audience, Bree.
Yes, hi. Jimenez Jessa says half a day. Debbie Davis, half a day. Good morning and happy hump day. Chris, Sabrina, Joseph, Ken, and all you beautiful people on Guam. Kenneth Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Maria Paredo, buenas and half a day.
Rosalinda Azuzu, half a day from Saipan. Omar Ryan Hernandez, half a day from San Diego, where it's already lunchtime. Rose Beneventi, buenas and half a day. Bertha Regis, half a day. And good morning, everyone, near and far. Right on. You know, we actually had a package from Debbie Davis, who we affectionately call a Mama Bear. And let's go ahead and start the show with that. Right here on the link. Again, it's 6:23. And so, yeah, I just want to share with you guys this great little package that Debbie Davis sent us all the way from Bardstown, Kentucky. Again, right here on the link. Good morning.
Hey, Link fam, what's up? You know, we get a lot of questions in our DMs and in the comments from loyal Link listeners and viewers wondering if it's okay if they send us a care package. And the answer to that is just always yes. It's okay. Send us some goodies from your neck of the jungle, and we'll be sure to share with our Link family. And so, hashtag Mama Bear, Debbie Davis. Now, Debbie and David Davis, well, David was stationed here on Guam, and so Debbie has just really, and both of them, just the island has never left their heart. So they were stationed here, I want to say many years ago, and they continue to keep in touch on our KUAM social media networks. And Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, is a huge Link fan member, and she actually sent us this care package.
Is it heavy?
It's very heavy, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Mama Bear, this thing is so heavy,
Yeah,
it costs
what's in it?
$72.55 to mail.
Wow.
That's crazy. So Mama Bear, we appreciate. That's quite an investment you've made into the Link, and we thank you for that vote of confidence. So.
And Mama Bear's been with us since day one, since we first...
Starting lineup.
Right, when we had containing COVID, right?
Right. And I remember thinking, who is this Debbie Davis lady that's just always commenting from Bardstown, Kentucky? I've never been to Bardstown, Kentucky. And here we go. You guys ready for this unboxing? Go ahead, Bree.
All right. Let's see. Oh, wait, I got a letter here.
There's a letter.
Okay.
Well, okay, here we go.
To my 4 favorite people and friends on Guam, thought I'd send you a little flavor of Sonny's barbecue. Hope you enjoy. Hey, Chris, don't use it all at one time. The people on Guam are extremely lucky to have you all, keeping them informed. Hope after COVID you all keep doing the show. You make our afternoons better here in Bardstown, Kentucky. Stay safe and, well, Chris, Jason, Sabrina, and Joser, lots of hugs and love from Mama Bear and David.
That's
love
awesome,
you all.
man.
Wow, that is
Thank
so
you.
cool.
That's awesome.
We love
All right.
you too.
This has got to be part of the, because I love jumping up and down on the bubble wrap.
Oh.
Oh!
All right.
Wood tarnation!
Whoa, this is huge. Sonny's barbecue, sweet barbecue sauce. I can't wait to try this.
Oh, we gotta make something with it on the show.
We do, yes. Well, hey, there's actually.
Wow. 4, 1 for each of us.
That is awesome.
I didn't even know it came this big.
This is huge.
Wow, this is the world famous Sonny's barbecue. This is the sweet barbecue sauce.
Thank
Wow, that's
you.
great.
Thank you, Mama
Thank you
Bear.
so much, Mama Bear. Man, we're gonna cook up some stuff. I say we have a little link challenge.
I think we do.
All right, everybody who gets their jar, their jug. This is not even a jar. This is a jug of barbecue sauce. You got to make something with this. All right, so challenge on, Bree. Bring it.
All right.
Boom.
Boom.
Thank you, Mama Bear, for this Sonny's barbecue sauce. We'll be sure to get these to the right people. And remember, Link fan, if you want to send us anything, snacks, whatever, please don't hesitate. It's totally cool, okay? We will definitely
Here's
put
the
your,
address right
your
here.
generosity on blast. That's right, 600 Harmon Loop Road, Dedito, Guam, 96929. I don't even know if that's the right zip code, but they know where.
It is right.
They
It's
do?
right
Okay,
there.
all right, I'm okay. See, I don't even know the zip code.
Thank you, Debbie and David, Mama Bear. Love you.
I'm gonna go put some of this in my flask. This is what I'm gonna be drinking today. All right, Link fam, we out.
Bye.
Hesitate, guys. I just want to let you know that there were people who were wondering because of COVID, did we want to accept packages from total strangers? Totally do. Yep. Step it up, CNMI, slacking. I know, but thank you, Mama Bear. We're gonna do. We're gonna make something up with that sauce there, Bree, because Bree is a super saucy kind of gal. She loves the sauce. Coming from Oklahoma,
barbecue sauce.
because you grew up a lot in Oklahoma, right? And is that the style in Oklahoma?
Yeah, barbecue sauce.
Saucy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Ribs? What are you gonna make?
Barbecue ribs.
Barbecue ribs. Keep it simple. There you go. So
Then you
thank
have the potato salad. Oh man, that's so good.
the little slice of white bread,
Yeah, that's good too. Some beans. Oh my goodness.
beans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, you haven't said rice yet. I'm kind of tripping out here.
Well, if I have like potato salad and I have beans, I don't need the rice.
Whoa. What did you say? What was that last part?
If I have potato salad and I have beans, I don't necessarily need the rice, especially bread too. That's
I can't
good.
allow such sacrilege on the show. I don't need the rice. Don't ever say that around me again.
So, like, if you have steak and you have mashed potatoes, do you have rice?
Yes.
Oh wow.
If you have
no,
steak,
I
baked
can't.
potato, you need a little bit of rice on the because it's a vibe. A steak and baked
No,
potato.
that's too much.
A steak and baked potato is one thing, but a steak with rice and finadeni and your dinat, that's a whole other thing.
I
In
guess
moderation, Brie. You know what I mean?
I'm just like a meat and potatoes.
Meat and
no.
potatoes kind of gal.
Yeah.
628. Yes, thank you guys. And remember, we're going on KUM TV at 8 o'clock. Facebook Live's popping. We're on the breeze here, 93.9 FM. And let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off it, everybody. The CCU last night approved GPA's request to increase the fuel surcharge from 0.08 cents per kilowatt hour to 0.16 cents. That means the average monthly 1,000 kilowatt residential bill will increase by more than 28% or $57.56 monthly. GPA cites rising global oil prices. Now, this is approved by the Public Utilities Commission. The increase would go into effect from August through February. It's been drug case after drug case in district court. On Tuesday, 2 drug defendants appearing for sentencing hearings before Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood. With the details, here is Adriana Cotero.
Patrick Anthony Manabusan and Daryl Jake Guerrero were arrested in January of last year after an incident occurred at Leo Palace Resort in Jontya. According to court documents, Guerrero was found unresponsive by resort staff, causing management to call police for assistance. Upon arrival, GPD officers saw Patrick Anthony Manabusan and Daryl Jake Guerrero were arrested in January of last year after an incident occurred at Leo Palace Resort in Jontya. According to court documents, Guerrero was found unresponsive by resort staff, causing management to call police for assistance. Upon arrival, GPD officers saw Guerrero on the couch, and in plain view were multiple bags containing a large amount of meth. Officers also saw a large amount of money, in which GPD secured the room and contacted the feds. Guerrero admitted that he was staying in the hotel room with Manabusan, who checked into the room under a different identity. When Manabusan returned to the hotel, he was apprehended by investigators at the Leo Palace gate. Further documents state $845 was found on Manabusan, and he admitted to smoking meth in the room with Guerrero. Detectives executed a search warrant and seized 330 grams of meth, 2 improvised glass pipes with suspected meth, drug packaging materials, and $4,095 from the hotel room. Documents state the circumstances indicate that the hotel room was being used to store and distribute meth. Guerrero is accused of being the source drug supplier, with Manabusan personally using meth and making sales. Both Manabusan and Guerrero pled guilty to possession of meth with intent to distribute charges. The co-conspirators were sentenced this afternoon at separate hearings in Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood's courtroom. For Manabusan, his clean record, mitigating role in the case, acceptance of responsibility, and his substantial assistance was praised by the court and the government. As stated in court, he has done well following supervision conditions for the past 10 months, and that prior to being charged, he entered a drug treatment program that he has since successfully completed. Additionally, it was noted that he has continued to work throughout his release, Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro stating that Manabusan has earned the recommendation for a sentencing on the low end of the guidelines. The drug offender was sentenced to 37 months or 3 years in federal prison, followed by a 3-year supervised release term with no fine imposed. The court also placed 3 judicial recommendations for Manabusan to serve his time in the West Coast, continue with drug treatment, and to avail of vocational training. Manabusan addressed the court, stating that he was ready to change and apologized for his addictive behavior. While Manabusan's sentencing ended on a positive note, it was a lengthy hearing for Guerrero, as Attorney Sambataro called up DEA Task Force Officer Henry James with Guam Customs to testify on behalf of the defendant's involvement in a scheme to bring in contraband into the Department of Corrections during his 17 months in the Hagåtña detention facility awaiting sentencing. Several pay-telephone conversations were brought into evidence and played back of Guerrero speaking with his mom and a man named Ben regarding alleged drug transactions. Despite numerous objections by defense counsel Jay Areola, the court allowed the government to proceed with questioning Officer James and playing back the phone call recordings. As heard in the playback, Guerrero allegedly set up a transaction directing his mom to call a number to pick up $300 to go towards 4 DVDs that each cost $150. Officer James stated that based on his experience and being familiar with coded language, he interprets 4 DVDs to mean 4 grams of meth suspected to be brought into the detention facility. During another phone recording, Guerrero is accused of discussing another drug deal involving 5 grams of meth inside a package for his mom to pick up. James testified that he recognizes Guerrero's voice based on prior interviews with the defendant, listening into many of his phone calls, and the individuals on the line addressing him as Daryl. The defense.
Right, thanks a lot, Adriana. Now we're going to go to Isaiah Uggan with more news.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Absent a spending plan from the governor, the legislature has come up with a bipartisan resolution listing its priorities for the more than $600 million in American Rescue Plan money, and senators also want to hear from the community on it. In a news release, Speaker Therese Serlahi announced the first public hearing will be on June 4th at 11 a.m. She says despite a good faith effort to collaborate with the governor, they had yet to receive a requested copy of her spending plan. Salahi said it's our duty to solicit input from the community and our government agencies regarding these federal funds. She said that she wants to come up with ways to assist those who are suffering, to expand our economy and to enhance public services. We also checked with Adelup earlier today, and there were no updates at the time either. Less than a month after hearing the case, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled in favor of Guam in its bid to get the Navy to pay its fair share of the $160 million cleanup of the old ORDOT dump. Attorney General Levine Camacho describes the decision written by Justice Clarence Thomas as a big day for Guam and for the people of Guam.
But this case is more than just about contributions. This case is really about justice.
Justice and accountability. GovGuam argued that for decades, the Navy, who built and utilized the landfill in what was once the ORDOT Valley, has not paid a dime for the subsequent toxic cleanup ordered by the U.S. EPA. The Justice Department had argued that the clock had run out to file for compensation under the law known as the Environmental Superfund Act.
But the precise legal question was whether or not a Clean Water Act consent decree triggers your time to file a CERCLA claim, and today the court unanimously held that it does not. We have to accept our own responsibility for what has happened at the dump. There's no doubt about that. But at this point, we have been held 100% responsible for all of the cleanup costs at ORDOT. And the number that's going to be fair is greater than zero. So again, I can't give you an exact percentage, but I know it's greater than what's been offered at this point and what's been paid at this point.
The AG's office has begun gathering evidence which stretches back decades of how much and what kind of toxic materials the military dumped.
Part of what we want as an island, just tell us what happened, right? And we don't get that all the time. So if we can find out the story of what really happened and get some acknowledgement, some recognition of faults, I think that'll just help us move on as an island.
The next step will be to meet with the Justice Department and submit a status report to the D.C. Court of Appeals within the next 30 days. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
A 3-defendant trial is slated for August 17th, with both parties confirming that they are prepared and more than ready to get the case moving. Retired University of Guam professor Thomas Marler, former USDA employee John Hubert Lawrence, and his daughter Janika Lawrence face wire fraud and money laundering charges for scheming to rig bids for UOG federally funded projects from 2012 to 2015. There are several attorneys making up the defense teams for respective defendants, in which the government tells the court that all necessary arrangements in line with COVID-19 guidelines will be made to accommodate witnesses. As well, it was stated in court that the defense teams are in receipt of the additional 700 pages of discovery and have reviewed it all. After talks of possible tuition increases at the University of Guam for the Phenomenal 2022 semester, the university received guidelines on the use of the American Rescue Plan funds and made the decision to delay the tuition increase for now. According to a news release, UOG agreed on Tuesday to delay the projected tuition increase for the spring semester 2022 until 2023. The university will be receiving $12 million in ARP funds, which they will be providing $6 million in direct aid to eligible students throughout the academic year 2021 to 2022. They also intend to provide additional financial support to students from the institution's $6 million portion of the funds. Members of the 33rd Guam Youth Congress had shared their frustration about the proposed tuition increase. Speaker Stephanie Lorenzo.
I will disclose that in my program, once the pandemic started, we actually lost touch of 2 to 3 people in my program, and so they don't have like the resources to do online learning. They don't have the mental health, to have to put up with Zoom meetings back to back all day long. And so just another added burden onto the students is something that's unacceptable from the University of Guam, knowing that, we're still going through a pandemic, even though there are less restrictions, we're still fighting this virus. And to me, the fact that they want to raise tuition is kind of showing that, okay, we're done with this virus, but we're not.
It was last week during the Legislative Oversight Budget hearing when the university announced their plan to increase the tuition by 5%. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Starting in June, food boxes and dry and frozen goods commodities will be combined in a single distribution. GDOE Child Nutrition and Food Program Administrator Dina Lorenzo says it's a more logistically efficient way to distribute. She says their goal is to come up with a complete meal for families. The food and commodities don't typically arrive at the same time, and so they will wait till they do before pushing them out to the village mayor. She confirms that there's no specific end date for the Emergency Food Assistance Program, which will continue until further notice. Lorenzo says they are expecting some 12,000 boxes by the first week of June. 5 new cases of COVID-19 were reported out of 477 tests before Monday. According to the Joint Information Center, 5 people were hospitalized with the virus, 1 under ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. To date, there have been a total of 8,141 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 139 deaths. 72 cases are active, and there have been more than 7,900 recoveries. The CAR score is 0.3. As for vaccinations, a total of 78,000 people have been fully immunized. Meanwhile, COVID vaccination clinics are scheduled today at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse, the Southern Region Community Health Center, and a combination testing and vaccination clinic is being held at the Farmers Co-op Market in Dededo. With COVID cases dropping across the country and more Americans are vaccinated, air travel is expected to soar this summer. Today, federal officials outlined changes to keep everyone safe. Elise Preston has the latest from New York's LaGuardia Airport.
Airports are coming back to life.
It's good. It's good to be back. I mean, everyone's following protocols, which is awesome.
And federal officials are expecting even more passengers this summer.
Poised to support the traveling public as we embark on what is going to be an historic return to post-pandemic travel.
With big crowds expected, flyers are being urged to take steps to make the travel experience quicker and safer. They include enrolling in TSA PreCheck to avoid long lines, utilizing touchless technology, and simply allowing extra time at the airport.
While mask rules are starting to loosen in various places, that's not the case in our nation's airports and on flights.
It is a federal mandate that one must wear a mask in an airport, and we will not tolerate behavior that violates the law.
Most passengers we spoke to know the masks are a necessary part of air travel for now.
Do you feel a little safer that that people have to wear masks in the airport?
Well, to be honest, I do, especially because there's a lot, we never know what's coming up next. So, yeah, it helps out with, feeling safe.
One challenge that still lies ahead is getting international travel fully back on track.
This is something that we are evaluating each and every day. And what we're going to do is we're going to follow the science in making the appropriate decision for the American public.
Travel experts expect some reopening of international routes this summer. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
23% of Guam's coconut trees or 1 in 5 show signs of attack by coconut rhinoceros beetles. Those are the results from bi-monthly island-wide roadside image surveys. Now, UOG professor and entomologist Dr. Aubrey Moore developed a survey method of using high-definition digital images that are recorded along roadsides of all major routes at a rate of 1 per second by a smartphone attached to a car. In the lab, a computer program developed using an artificial intelligence technique called deep learning examines every image to identify all the coconut palms, measure the CRB damage to each, and generate an interactive map. Dr. Moore says we can now quickly measure damage to tens of thousands of palms instead of a few hundred. This means that our damage estimates are much more precise. Since the surveys began in October, the proportion of coconut palms with visible damage from coconut rhinoceros beetles have ranged between 19% and 23%. An island-wide roadside video survey is also being done on Rhoda for early detection of CRB damage, and there is interest in use of roadside video surveys for CRB damage elsewhere in the Pacific. For islands without extensive roads, more plans to evaluate drone imagery. And with your news in tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos Anapades to get soon to be finut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito, First Hawaiian Bank. Siniplano ni magahaga mandana la legislatura ni zone resolution ginito di dos partida. No lista mas preciso siya na para magasta aji maski 600 milyon pesos na salapi American Rescue Plan. Zaman malago sa nadot siya na para mahungo gini komunidad por este. Gi news release Speaker Teresa Lahi anunsya na i-permit na hearing para publiko sa dia 4 de Hunyo gilas 11 egaan. Ilang sa Lahi na masya nafa umulig dyan na komprenden niya dyan ni gobyerno ti marisisibi trabiya kopya ni planunya. Asangan ba sa naitay niya dyan obligasyon niya para manafan sauno ay publiko dyan ihensa ni gobernamento yung nasunin niya ni Taimano para magasta este na salapi federal. Ilang niya naman malago siya Taimano para ma-assisti at mamadadesi, maumenta ma si ekonomiya dyan niya nadalanto ni sabisyon ni gobernamento para itaw-taw siya. Masasangan na matsek talo gisa adelup ginigap dataza masasunto paresti. Gyoto artikulo, gimapos na semana ay task force para Nuevo na medical campus saban meeting at taza desisyon niya para amano yung Nuevo na hospital Guahan na paromahatsa. Segun si Mai Habib, Public Information Officer para Guam Memorial na hospital, Department of Land Management sa Distapag makonsitsiga, magremensa mabalyuat mas aji dos na lugar ni makonsidera. Nirin po di KUM aji dos na lugar ni makonsidera ni Land and Infrastructure na Subcommittee sa Iza Adakaw sa Naji Hagas Eagles Field gisa Mangilaw. Linya si Habib na isti dos na lugar sa kampas para mas preciso na rason ni manggayigi talo isla dyan nahong na minedong para mahat sa hospital Public Health Guam Behavioral and Wellness Center dyan laboratorio ni CDC. Yan yung mas na mapod hufan na tempo ni nain na para madi-CDST. Asunto gin ni Korti, aji uno na trial para tres ni Manmasaki sa para dia 17 Agosto. Todi dos banday, defense na ni prosecutor sa masangan na esta maprepara siya dyan mas kilisto siya para magkonsigi mo na este na kausa. Iritiraw na profesor di Universidad Guahan si Thomas Marler, egen empleon USDA si John Hobart Lawrence, Zaniaganya si Janica Lawrence, sa mafafanay na chakin wire fraud and money laundering, anay maarti ibid para Universidad Guahan para sa lapi federal para totoo guihi gi 2012 este 2015 na sakan. Lamigay na abagaw siya para ma-defendi man maataki, sa gobernamento sa nga ni Korte na todo nesesaryo na reglamento para inisgayon para inatahan ni COVID-19 sa listo sa ma-adapta para ufan man na ay testimonyo. Masangan loki ni man defendi na esta marisibi todo ebidensya gini din skurbi sa ma-review. Imas, después de menguentos por posible na para umahat sa tuition gi Universidad Guahan para fanamnakan na semestre 2022, marisibi ni Universidad inisgayon ni Taimano para manasabi sa lapi American Rescue Plan, sa madiside na para maditeni na sa zunay natisa para pago. Segon ni news release sa UOG sa mga comfort magi imatis para maditeni na sa zunay natisa hasta ki spring na semestre ni 2023 sakan para marisibi ni UOG 12 milyon pesos gini ARP. Zagiadzo 6 milyon pesos para mausa para ma-assisti adzo siya na estudyante ni mangkwalifika gisakan akademya 2021 hasta 2022. Maplanen niya lokoy na para maajuda gi isalapi na banda adzo siya na estudyante gipalu wihi gi 6 milyon pesos. Gimapos na semana gi legislatura na oversight budget hearing na manunsya ni Universidad na para maati sa tuition 5%. Giutumo Gihunyo na mes para matutuon manadan niya kahitan ng kano. Zanadzi man anglo zam frozen na prevensyon siya giyon din distribute. Ichaw Nutrition and Food Administrator gini Departamento ng Edukasyon si Dina Lorenzo asangan na mas libeano gitaygwihin na klasen din distribute. Ilengya na adzo malagon niya losut tumusa para managwahan na di kabalis na sentada para todi familia siya. Inang kanuzan otra kausa siya sa tigumigi gumato idos gipareo na ora. Zapodad so mananggan nayon naza antit yung manai mahod gi isang sungsiya. Konfirma na taza espesyal na tempo na pro-fuck po yung emergency food assistance na programa so magkontinua hasta kiman manai notisya. Ilang naman si Lorenzo na mananangga kasi 12,000 nakahita gi i-permit na semanan Hunyo. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times. Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Jogarito, Zomoru. Wow. How's that, sir? Reggae! Some more reggae. Check him out, Jogarito. Cool artist. Awesome guy. Great dude. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
I'm kind of salty at all of these increases that keep coming out. There was the one from Waterworks that was like 10% over the next, 3 years. But the senators wanted to use some of the American Rescue Plan funding to give over to Waterworks so that we wouldn't have to pay a 30% increase over the next 3 years. But you know how that went. They had a meeting with the governor. I haven't really heard anything from the governor. Apparently, she has an invisible plan that no one has seen, no one can get. I believe a media tried to FOIA the governor's spending plan, and they were told that it was still in a draft version, which is kind of crazy to me because we've been knowing this money was going to come. The senators were able to put together something in black and white relatively quickly. They did it over a weekend, I think. And here we are sitting around twiddling our thumbs waiting for the great Magahaga to tell us how she wants to spend this money. We had UOG come out. They wanted to raise tuition 5%. And we had the Youth Congress on yesterday, and was it like an hour after they came on? UOG came out with a release.
Yeah. Sorry, my computer.
Oh, yeah, so I got it. UOG came out with a release, and they basically said that they're going to use American Rescue Plan funding so that they don't have to increase tuition this year. And then last night we get the news that the Guam Power Authority, the CCU has approved, what is it?
I believe it's 28%.
28%.
Adjustment in the LEAC, which equates to $57.56, I believe, or $57 on a monthly power bill.
Right. $58 more per month for power.
And that's based on the average monthly 1,000 kilowatt residential bill.
Right. So anyway, I asked to get someone from GPA can come on and kind of explain what is 1,000 kilowatts. I don't know. Is that what is 1,000 kilowatts? Is that average house running the aircon all the time, or do you have 5 fans on, all the lights?
I mean, people could barely survive on what they're making right now.
Did I miss the memo? Are we rich? I mean, are we rich? The taxpayers, the ratepayers, because they keep sucking it to us. And thank God, Santa Maria Comelin is intervening and tapping UOG and saying, hey, boy, use some of the ARP. That's Solana. They can't afford 5%. The senators, bless their hearts. Bless their hearts. Coming up with a plan to give Waterworks money so that we don't got a friggin' 30% increase. I'm just hoping they could do the same for this Guam Power Authority hike that's going to be heading to the PUC. What do you think the PUC is going to say? You think the PUC is going to be, oh man, poor people of Guam, no, Munga, don't raise it. No, they're not. Yeah, it's frustrating. And it's frustrating when you're trying to figure out how we're going to move forward and you don't hear anything from Adelup about this spending plan. And there was something else that came out. There's a release from the Speaker's office where I believe now they want to have public hearings to allow public input into how these American Rescue Plan funds are spent.
Yeah, the public's going to be given an opportunity to provide input on Resolution 93 and the priorities for the spending of the $604 million in American Rescue Plan funds. The first public hearing is scheduled for June 4th, 11 a.m.
Right. And so I kind of feel like what's going to end up happening, I mean, June 4th, that's like a week from now. Are we going to see this plan that the governor allegedly has before then? Because it's kind of like, it's almost like a race. I mean, not a race, it's not the right word, but so we have the senators, I mean, they are moving full steam ahead with this money because you remember last year with the CARES Act, the governor was like, unless you're my querida Amanda Shelton, you senators don't have any say in how this money is going to be spent. Right? She had even said, don't even pass laws saying that I got to use this money because you have no say. And so the senators learned, it was a quick learning curve. They said, oh, we don't want a repeat of the CARES Act. We want to get involved, provide our 2 cents on this $600 million. And so they did. They had the meeting. They gave her the printout. We haven't heard anything. And now we're going to do public hearings. But I'm just wondering, is the governor, if the governor does come out with her alleged plan before then, are they still going to have public hearings? You know what I mean? It's just frustrating. It's like, come on, Lulubelle, where you at? It's 7 o'clock. We're KUAM FM Agani Guam. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Yeah, Aaron Redoble comments in, are you serious? $58 a month. Do they know that it's still pandemic? Jobs are not back to normal. Rosemary Laguatnia, she's holding out on the funds to the utility agency until she feels the right time to save the day. Remember, she's the one with the superpowers. Okay. Well, we're going to take a quick break and come back with more of The Link right here. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little...
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
KUAM KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
On Breeze 93.9 FM.
Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Let me surprise you with your favorite things. Dance with me by the ocean under the moonlight, 'cause I'm loving how it shines on you as the sweet, sweet scent of your perfume just takes me away to a land of peace, near the sea of love, near the gardens of nature in the heavens above. And I know it's real, more than a dream, when you're alone with me and just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Oh, ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. I bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh, honey, may I take a bite in this love story? Let your Dunkaloo the gun moon shake with no worry. And tomorrow we been doing it all over again. I bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh, honey, may I take a bite in this love story? Let your Dunkaloo the gun moon shake with no worry. And tomorrow we be doing it all over again. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Sing, ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. I bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh, honey, may I take a bite? This love story, let your Dunkaloo the gun
Marianas
shake,
Collective,
no worry.
Freddie
And
Ford
tomorrow
Peace,
we be doing
Gene
it all
Castro, and Joe
over
Hernandez
again.
from Classic Live Local Fridays. Cherish that coconut candy, because we just did this story. UOG, what was it? 1 in 5 coconut trees are have rhino beetle. That's their version of COVID.
Yeah.
rhino beetle infestation. So guys, cherish that coconut candy. Do it sustainably. Don't eat. Moniaka, should we just stop eating coconut candy for a minute just to...
No, we have to use the resource before we lose it. A lot of the reasons why rhino beetle is able to be so prolific is that we don't clean our trees and we don't take the leaves off, and then we don't properly handle the composting where the larvae are. So it's really important that we actually use the coconuts before we lose the coconuts. The Nizuk, if that makes any sense. I'm going to be making a lot of coconut
I think
oil
we
today.
just got a T-shirt. We just got a new T-shirt. Use the coconuts or lose the coconuts.
Yeah, I mean, Palau had rhino beetles, Thailand had rhino beetles, and they still actively use. They don't go to the store to buy coconut milk or buy coconut water. So I think it's a big part of how they've been able to be resilient against rhino beetle threats, is because they still have really intimate relationships with their resource.
Use it or lose it. Got it. Okay.
But 1 in 5, that's pretty devastating.
Right, yeah. What I'm thinking about is the tuba game.
I think it's only like 1 in 10 Chamorros know how to husk a coconut, though, so.
It's hard. I tried to do that.
Right, we got to do an outreach. Maybe you guys should do an outreach. Or bring on the Barcina sisters with their freaking coconut stabber thing.
You gave me one of those stabber thingies.
Bree uses it as a self-defense weapon.
I actually do.
You take it when you go walking, right? She's like, come on, I want you to, come on.
I'm waiting to chaggy it.
Okay, girl, let me know when you chaggy it, girl. All right. We've got to get serious now.
I'll drop off some coconuts for you.
Practice, right?
So you can try it, so you can practice.
7:09. So, who we got with us today, Moniaka? The Micronesia Climate Change Alliance. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Moniaka. I'm with Micronesia Climate Change Alliance. Good morning, Guahan. I have with me Jasmine Flores Cantrell. She is the founder of Numatlu Refillery, which we're excited to talk about and share with the island today, and also with the founder of Micronesia Climate Change Alliance, Michelle Vicolo.
Morning, ladies. We'll just start. Let's go start with Jasmine Flores Cantrell. I have no idea what a refillery is.
Yeah. A mobile zero waste refillery.
I believe there has been a very small refillery process going on Guam before Numatlu opens, but a refillery is a convenient way to shop for bulk products without the packaging. So the best kind of analogy I can think about of it is like back in the day when milkmen used to come and deliver, milk bottles, and then you'd use the milk and then you'd return the bottles outside of your door to be refilled. Same sort of process, but we encourage people to bring their own containers to reuse, fill up with products, so that way you don't have the packaging.
So what does Numatlu mean? Sorry.
Yeah, nice question. Numatlu, it means to revive or to return to.
I see.
So, like I said, this isn't something new. It's just been something that kind of died out as consumerism grew, and it's something that we believe we should return to.
Mm-hmm. And so this is something that this mobile zero waste refillery, you plan on launching this in September. That's just a few months away, right? So what exactly is it? I mean, what are you guys offering?
What can we refill?
Yeah.
Because the milkman analogy might have been lost on some of the audience, but I'll say it was Orange Crush back in the day for us when we were young. We would get a case of the Orange Crush, which came in what was called glass bottles, and then we would drink the sodas, and we would trade in the glass bottles and get money. And some days we would go pick aluminum cans. Yeah, we had no shame. We're hustlers. Me and my cousins, we go pick aluminum cans. So yeah, it is kind of a return to the old way. But since we didn't have the milkman dropping glass bottles of milk on our doorstep, what type of refilling are you guys going to be doing when you stand this program up?
Yeah, so MCCA has been doing a lot to address the waste crisis on our island. Last month in April, we worked a lot with KUAM to air our education series from our Nanas for our Nannies, which really took a deep dive into the trash issues on our islands. And you guys also as well did trash talks where you went to illegal dump sites. And we recognize this as a giant problem for our island. We create 600,000 pounds of trash every single day. For such a small island and a small population, that's way too much trash. And and most of that trash is single-use plastics. So this refillery and a lot of the other strategies that we're bringing forth to the community is to really face this trash problem and the waste creation problem head on. And the refillery, which Jasmine will talk a lot more about, is just one of the strategies and solutions that we're wanting to build for our community. And it's a zero waste store so that you aren't buying shampoos, soaps in the plastic bottles anymore, but you can actually buy them and refill your containers every single week or month, however often you need them.
So is it like
and a lot of other products.
I'm just trying to get the visual here. So is it like you go in, when this is stood up, you go in and you guys have like a big tunky of shampoo and
It's a van, right? It's a car.
Yeah.
That you guys gonna be driving around.
I know it's probably hard to imagine because it really is a new concept. But the idea is we're gonna come up like pop-up style a couple times around the island, and we're also gonna do home deliveries. So you would come with your containers, ideally, like washed out old pickle jars, butter containers, or your old laundry bin, and then you see all the products. They will be in big bulk containers. And then we fill your containers with whatever product you like. The advantage of this is because you're not buying the packaging, you're also not paying for it. So the way that we price the products is we actually weigh it and we charge per ounce. And then you just pay for how much you get, not for the packaging.
So what type of products do you guys plan on having in the van?
So for now, just household products and also personal products. So Muñeca mentioned shampoo, conditioner, lotion, toner, facial oil, anything you can think of like that. But also household products like cleaners, laundry detergent, all-purpose spray, and maybe even some things to help people do DIY, make their own cleaners like vinegar, baking soda, washing powder, essential oils. These are just some things.
Wow. Are some of these products made on Guam type of products? Right.
Or do you get a deal with like Tide or something?
Yeah, first and foremost, we aim to source locally and support small businesses. There's actually a ton of eco-friendly businesses on Guam that are making some amazing products, and they deserve to be highlighted and really recognized. So we aim to source local. And for those things that we cannot find here on island, I'm hoping that we can find at least within the Marianas, Micronesia, and if we have to, maybe partnering with sister islands to like Polynesia if we need to.
I like what you said about the washed out old pickle jar, because I don't know, I'm pretty sure you do, Bree. It's like every time I buy something, I try not to get big containers of stuff, but I'm always figuring out, how can I use that? Don't throw that away. We can use that.
Yeah. No, I got like tons of mason jars.
Right. Yeah. Well, me too.
Well, yeah, no, you do.
Yeah. Muñeca, I saw you put out a release yesterday, and you also talked about one of our pet peeves, illegal dumping, and how you guys are combating that through the use of culture.
Yeah, so we're really excited to launch this at first small little community initiative with the community in Gilbaza. There's lots of really great cultural wisdoms of the people from that area that we're excited to build with. So we did 2 cleanups in April in the Chalon Ramirez Jigo area, and it was so disheartening that every time we did a cleanup, the very next day there was more trash. And we cleared 40 cubic ton trash container, which cost us $400 in one day, in less than a day, in a few hours. So we really want to, outside people coming into that community and doing a cleanup is just a Band-Aid. It doesn't really address the issue. So we really are wanting to work with the people from that area to gain insight and to really build solutions from the ground up there. And one of the things that we're hoping to do by launching this fresh local craft cooperative is to fund ideas that they have in the community, whether it be signage or cameras or even getting gas cards and coupons for people to take truckloads themselves to the transfer station. There's multiple ways that we can help resource these under-resourced areas to address the issue themselves and for them to build the solutions and be a part of the solutions rather than other people coming in and just doing Band-Aid cleanups. So we're really excited to work with the Yang Fang family who are from Yap and some other families in the Gilboza area. And once we get a really good ordering and distribution system, we also hope to engage with people in the Zero Down community and the Cypher community, which all live around that Chalon Ramirez way, to really be the leaders in building the community solutions for the illegal dumping issue. There's been so much emphasis from our government on enforcement and on punishment of illegal dumping, and we really hope to build some sort of positive reinforcements and to build ideas and values of stewardship with the community in that area. And leaning into our cultural traditional knowledge is definitely something that we're excited to do.
What do they say? You know, because I mean, you're right. You've done a bunch of cleanups. The Jigo Mayor's done a bunch of cleanups in that area. But when you get down and you talk to the people who live there, what do they say? Because I mean, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I'm pretty sure there are some people who do live there who are dumping. But what's the vibe?
Some people were passing by and they got out of their cars and helped us. Other people dropped us drinks and we're just really thankful for us that we came in to the community to help them in that way. But when I was speaking to people in a more in-depth conversation, they do recognize that this is a problem that is just continuous, and that they also recognize that it's people who don't even live there, that's because it's a known dump spot. There's people from other areas in Machinao or in Agapagumas that come over and just dump bigger items like their cars or their refrigerators in that area because they don't see anybody having any repercussions for doing that sort of stuff. So they recognize that their communities may have an issue, may be a part of that issue, but there's also other people, just because it is a known site where they haven't seen anyone get in trouble or whatever, that other people are also coming into that area. So they want to start modeling better behaviors for everybody.
And you also have this upcycling single-use plastic, the Precious Plastics Pilot Program.
That's a lot of P's.
The PPP.
Precious Pilot Program.
The 4
Yeah,
P.
Michelle.
That's how you say it, the acronym.
Yeah, I know. It's a really long,
No,
really
hey, points for alliteration.
Yeah. Yeah, so Micronesia Precious Plastics Pilot Program, MP4 for short. I know it's super long. We have a set of 4 machines. They're Precious Plastics machines. Precious Plastics is actually an international initiative that started out of Europe. It was created by a man named Dave Hackins, who wanted to help areas like ours who don't have access to adequate recycling. And so he developed these machines and he released the blueprints online. So it's totally open source. Anybody can go on to the website, download the blueprints, and actually build the machines themselves. We didn't build our machines though, but anyone can. And so our machines grind, melt, and inject 2 types of plastic number 2 and plastic number 5. And we create different products with it, like magnets, keychains. Our most popular ones are plant pots, coasters, that sort of thing.
Where do we get these?
Yeah.
So we're selling online right now, our different items, and we've also had a few pop-ups. And we've done a pop-up, I would say once or twice a month for the last few months. But we would like to sell them in the stores. That's our goal. And reaching out to different local, vendors here and seeing if we can sell them out of there. But yeah, right now we're just kind of popping up and selling them online.
This sounds pretty, well, I mean, it sounds like I'd love to see the video of this machine. Like, how's it work?
So we have so first, like, we have the plastic. We can only accept clean plastic. So then we have to cut down the plastic. Like, for example, if we get a laundry detergent bottle, we have to actually cut down the laundry detergent bottle into small pieces, like around this big. And then we have a shredder. So then we take those pieces and we shred them, and then they are shredded into teeny tiny little flakes. And then each of our machines it's like a hopper of sorts. And so we dump those flakes into the hopper, and then the machine heats it up. And then we have an injection machine. So we either will inject that melted plastic into a mold, or we have a machine called an extruder machine. And in which case the plastic will come out into like a long string, and then we wrap that string around a mold, and then that's how we create our plant pots.
Wow. Get us some video of that. That sounds pretty cool. I feel like I could zone out watching that.
This bottle is made from plastic.
Bree just punched something up.
Sorry.
It's okay. No,
I was trying to find, because I...
It also ends up everywhere.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Let me try and turn this off, sorry. I was trying to Google you guys.
Don't feel Bree's over here Googling you on the side. Well, that's pretty cool. Monica, I just wanted to bring you guys on because you shot out this release, and I mean, you guys are doing the things, that need to get done. I mean, even with this plastics science conversion machine thing, I mean, that's freaking cool. Like, what? So, how do the keychains look? Did you bring a sample?
Okay, let me get you one. I have one on my keychain. Hold on one second.
Of course you do.
Yeah, this I wanted to go back to the refillery, because it says that this fundraising campaign, you guys are going to be launching it. Do you guys have any additional information on how? I mean, because obviously this is all going to take money and support.
Right. Yeah. Did you hit up Phil Flores?
Yeah. I can't believe I didn't even mention that. Yeah, we just launched, I believe, 4 days ago. So it is live, and if you want to access it, you should visit New Motley Refillery's Instagram page, which is just at New Motley Refillery, and it's in our little bio. There's a link in our bio.
We'll also be adding that to our Micronesia Climate Change Alliance link tree. But if you go to Indiegogo and you search New Motley Refillery, it will come up. We're trying to raise $10,000 to get our initial stock to make. We had a van donated to us by Micronesia Renewable Energy, so we need to do some retrofitting to that van so that it can fit all the containers, and we're going to need to take the seats out and do a whole fix to make it a running refillery, and that's going to cost some money. And then also getting the startup inventory is going to cost some money. But this is really going to divert lots of trash from going to Lassen landfill. The more we get some more customers and more people wanting to start and initiate a zero waste journey or a low waste journey, which is so important, because almost everything that goes to the dump is really only used for a few minutes, whether it's a plastic spoon or a King Car bottle or Mr. Brown can. All those things we only use for a few seconds, and then it's in our landfill forever, So for having everybody to just kind of shift and be more conscious is also really important to Micronesia Climate Change Alliance. That's why we did our From Our Nanas for Our Nannies series, and we also hope with Jasmine to be doing a lot more DIY low waste workshops when she's here. She's an educator, I'm an educator, so we really do value and know the importance of education and getting into the community and doing hands-on workshops. So supporting these efforts also really helps to support future efforts in which we get to really make a bigger dent in this big issue of trash.
Baby steps, right on.
I hope you guys can get to the point where, you know, you can have like a summer camps, you know, and things like that where you can learn, send our children.
I like this refillery thing. I'm thinking like down the road we have, you know, big 55-gallon drums of Finadeni, and then you just bring your thing and you fill it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. The evolution of it, you know? Coconut oil.
Every house needs rice.
Yeah.
Like, yes, refill your dynasty.
That's it, you know. Give me 2 pumps on that. Right on. All right,
Don't
ladies.
get him started.
Yeah,
Bruce.
I've already started, Brie.
Yeah, and also for our fresh mujer or lays, it's graduation season.
Right.
It's also, like, you know, the summer's coming up. It's wedding season. There's always bridal showers and baby showers, and really to complete your island celebrations, you really need to incorporate some fresh local flowers. So if you'd like to order some of our fresh products, we also have coconut woven products too, like baskets and hats. These funds go directly to the crafters themselves and also to our initiative to curb illegal dumping in Chalon Ramirez area. So please check up our link in our Instagram bio or our link tree, and there's an order form, and we'll be happy to help beautify your celebrations for your loved ones who are graduating or experiencing a milestone in their life. So we would really appreciate the support for the Nomalu Refillery fundraising campaign, and for that, and also purchasing our precious plastics. And watching our From Our Nanas for Our Nannies, which has such amazing content and information. And Michelle's holding up our keychain right now.
Can you
our
pop her on Solo Joe? Hold on, Michelle. Can you show it to us again?
Yeah, and that's made out of detergents, right, Michelle? It's made out of like a mixture of Gain detergents and Tide detergents. And so, yeah, we take a lot of things that are plastics number 2 and number 5.
Hold it up. I'm sorry, Monica. Hold it up again, Michelle.
Yeah, we're trying to get a shot of it
Yeah.
and pop it up. Michelle, if you could hold it. There you go. You got it, Joe?
That's it.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay, so we can just go to the Micronesia Climate Change Alliance Instagram page, and we can find all the information about Numalu and the MP4, right? Wait, did I say that right?
Yep, MP4. Or you can just say...
Yes, ma'am. Thank you guys so much for helping us to promote our initiatives and our programs to make our island and our future a better place.
Amen. You guys are doing great work. Thanks for coming on.
Just my seat.
Algamas. There you go. MCCA. I like this. When we bring Monica on, I'm like, hey, can you come on? And she's like, can I bring some people? Like, yeah, you can.
Yeah, I need to bring them on more often to continue, you know, spreading awareness.
Amen. You know, but there are changes that, maybe they're so gradual that you don't even notice. Like one of the changes, because I was doing the malfunctions, and so one of my rituals going in was I would get, 2 Mr. Browns and 2 bottles of water. And that continued for 10 years. I did that every morning. And I started thinking about, I had this nightmare once where I was like, I went to hell, but the hell was that,
Mr. Brown counts or something.
Yeah, the hell was that I was drowned by every piece of trash that I produced in my life, like everything, from toilet paper to, and it was a bad nightmare. And so then it was like, man, all these water bottles, all this stuff. So you start using like your flask or whatever, you know what I mean? So if you eliminate like one item of waste from what you do, I mean, whether it's daily or just, like I said, gradually, like I didn't even notice. I mean, look at us today. We're using a flask. We're using these cups that like this, what do you call this? Yeti thing? I mean, I hope it's okay. I don't know, Maniaka. I feel like sometimes when we try and do the right thing environmentally, then you find out that, oh, Yeti, oh, that's made by 6-year-olds. You know what I mean? So I guess things happen gradually over time, and it's the work that, not little work, but the things that they do to kind of like change the mindset, right? I mean, it might not happen today, it might not happen tomorrow, but it has been happening, and it'll keep happening, if that made any sense at all.
Yeah,
Right,
it made sense.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to take a break. We're coming back with Nick Lee of the Guam Environmental Protection Agency next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Timoning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12 pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Damn.
Spends a lot of money on things that he don't need. All I use for fish.
Hey, good morning.
is my net and my 2 feet. 'Cause I ain't no Jimmy Houston.
It's The Link, brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E. Good morning. It's Wednesday. Nick Lee, Guam EPA. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Right
Good morning,
on.
Sabrina.
Good morning, Guam EPA. Right on. Nick, so before we get started, like, were you still doing the whole jig thing?
Yes, that's correct. Still doing the jig thing.
And so, as you guys may recall, if you've been with us for the pandemic, Nick Lee is the PIO for the Guam EPA, Guam Environmental Protection Agency. But a lot of the PIOs and other staff were detailed over to the Joint Information Center just to assist with the dissemination of information during the pandemic. And so you're still JIC Nick, right? Nick from the JIC?
Yes, and now Nick with the FIC with public health. Yep. There's too many icks. There's too many icks.
What is the FIC?
I think that stands for Public Health Incident Command Center.
Oh, so PH. Got it.
PH, yes.
Right on. But you still do EPA stuff.
Yes, my day job is still with the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. We are in the swing of things again. Obviously, around this time last year, not really able to do much in the way of our agency mandates. This year, things are different. They're better for the most part. I mean, we're still cautious about how we conduct our business, absolutely. But we've got some movement in terms of compliance and enforcement out of our water pollution control program. So I do want to thank you guys for giving the agency the opportunity to share that information with the community. There were 2 notices of violations issued earlier this month. These 2 NOVs were issued relative to a project site in Mangilao. Short end of it is there's a project site approximately 2 acres in size. Earth moving activities were being conducted without proper permits, and so that type of activity has to be regulated. There's requirements that the responsible party does have to meet in terms of ensuring that soil erosion and sediment control is performed on the site. So every project manager has to properly manage stormwater runoff from their construction site, especially when you start earth moving activities. There are additional requirements that the project manager or the responsible party is going to have to ensure if the size of that project is 1 acre or more. So if you're 1 acre or more, you get the feds involved, and you do have to file something known as a notice of intent, along with filing for a general construction plan permit with US EPA. And so if your project size is 1 acre or more, you are also liable for the federal regulations on stormwater control measures, not just the local ones through GovGuam. So I believe May 10 or May 11, EPA inspectors observed the earth moving activities on this project site in Mangilao. They've determined that the earth moving activities were not being done with a permit. They also observed that there were no best management practices, BMPs for short, that were installed on the project site to ensure that if in the events of rain events, there's no guarantee that the stormwater runoff from that project site is going to be properly managed, and that's a big issue because you now run the risk of having sediment. Anything that was in that soil will eventually make its way into the storm drains, and you could compromise water quality standards, obviously, with that. So we do need to make sure that everybody who engages in that type of activity does have the permit. We do have inspectors that go out even after you've met all the permit requirements. You've installed all of your BMPs. Inspectors still make routine trips just to ensure that you're complying with the permit conditions. In this case, the responsible party or the respondent was notified that.
Sorry, Nick, I'm just looking at your website here. So you guys pinged there were three recent notice of violation issued. One on April 28th to City Hill Company Guam Limited, May 20th. This is all this year. JT Pacific Development, and May 13th, Primo's Heavy Equipment. So which case are we talking about here?
Okay, so in this case, I'm talking about both JT Pacific Development and Primo's Heavy Equipment. These are the two respondents that are related to that 2 acre project site in Mangilao.
So Primo's was contracted by JTI Pacific Development, right? Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
To do the you said earth moving.
Earth moving activity.
Are we talking about clearing? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you could, Nick, just tell us, layman's terms, why it's important to get you guys involved when a company is doing something as simple as clearing land.
From the outside, it looks pretty simple, but when you start changing elevations or changing slopes, and I'm going to preface this by telling you I'm not an engineer, right? But when you start altering those types of features on a property, you then change the dynamic on how water is going to flow off of that property. And so if it's not properly managed, I mentioned before, anything coming out of that project site soil now poses a risk of getting onto the roadways. It poses a risk of getting into the storm drain and then negatively impacting Guam's water quality standards. The other issue too, when I spoke about the notice of intent and the general construction plan permit, there are other requirements that are associated with the size of that property. The feds will want to make sure that you are complying with two major components, namely the Endangered Species Act, so that you're not disrupting any endangered species that are that we keep watch over, and the other thing also is the historic preservation aspect of it. Property that size, you're the likelihood of finding something of historical reference is heightened, and we want to make sure that you go through the proper phases in ensuring that you're not unsettling anything. So those are also major components of having to comply with the federal requirements.
Where is this site in Manila, and what exactly what are the plans for this property? What are they clearing?
I don't have the information on what the project plans are, but I believe there's this GTA substation. I want to say it's headed towards Price. If you're going southbound, it's headed towards Price Elementary. Yeah.
Okay. And so
I mean, if you guys think, if you have some time and you're along Route 10, you can't miss it. I mean, it's a huge clearing.
Okay, so you guys went out there May 11th.
Yeah.
Noticed that they realized they didn't have a permit. You told them to stop. Then a couple days later, you officially gave them this stop work order.
Stop work order.
And they were supposed to stop. Then they Guam EPA went back on the 17th.
4
and
days.
They were still doing work, clearing. And then you went back again on the 18th, and they were still doing work. And then the notice of violation was issued on the 20th. So that kicks in, certain time frames that they're supposed to meet, come into compliance. And so, let's see, 5 days later, they were supposed to submit something? Or within 7 days?
So there's something called an after the fact permit, because the work already started, or the activity already started without an official permit being issued from DPW. You then have to go obtain something called an after the fact permit, and that didn't take place either. So it seems that it's reasonable that the respondent, had a refusal to comply with everything. So the notice of violation was issued to both the project developer and the contractor who was performing the earth moving work.
Yeah, so that's within 15 days of receipt of this order.
Right,
I'm sorry, 7 days. Within 7 days receipt of this order. So that would be tomorrow, right? If this was issued on the 20th, the notice of violation.
The developer received the notice on the 20th, and the developer's contractor received their notice on the 15th of this month. I'm sorry, the 13th. Yeah.
I mean, you guys get that a lot, where you come into a place and you tell a company on May 13th to stop work. You go back, 4 days later, they're still working. You give them the official notice. You go back the next day, they're still working, non-compliance.
In most cases, the project site manager or the developer will comply. I can't speak on behalf of the respondent as to why there was no immediate compliance. And I haven't been with the agency very long, but this is something I haven't seen something like this, where there's multiple occasions where a stop order, whether it's written or verbally issued, was ignored. And these are all requirements on the Guam Soil Erosion and Sediment Control Regulations. Right. So, this is all public law, right? I mean, every developer, everybody who is going to engage in this activity, nobody gets special treatment. You have to go through this. You have to follow these regulations.
So did Primos comply with the notice of violation?
I haven't heard of any. Non-compliance from the inspectors or from the water pollution control.
They did actually not comply.
Well, I mean,
further non-compliance.
Right, yeah.
Let's look at the penalty order here, Nick. It says based on the foregoing violation. So, guys, if you go on the Guam EPA website, it's epa.guam.gov, and there was a bill that eventually became public law that was introduced by Speaker Therese Terlahi, and this requires the Guam Environmental Protection Agency to post publicly notices of violation. So you can go on their website, and they've got them all going back a couple of years. Really interesting to read these things. So it says here in the penalty order, and it's basically how it works, is the notice of violation, the form, if you guys do get a chance to pop it up and read it, is it'll start with the violation, and it'll give a little background. Then they'll give like the history of when the Guam EPA people went out to a site and kind of like the interaction they had with the people there. And then it goes on to the penalty order, which is where where you kind of get an idea of how much they may be fined. And the administrator, Nick, has a lot of wiggle room, right, in terms of what and how much of these penalties he chooses to levy, right?
Wiggle room, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily call it that. We do recognize that the respondent does have a right to appeal. There is due process. We take a look at how many times you've been on record committing some type of environmental infraction. We do look at your willingness to comply with the orders. We do look at how you choose to rectify the situation. In most cases, if you are non-committal to reversing any damage that you've done or complying with Guam's rules and regulations, you could stand to reason that you're not going to get any much consideration in the way that a penalty order is going to be issued to you. So I think that's more of an apt description on that. We've had respondents in the past who are very compliant, who want to do the right thing, who recognize their errors, and as a result of that, it was reflected in the penalty order. No one gets away scot-free from their penalty orders unless you're really running away from the law. Yeah.
But I mean, the reason why I asked is because I did a whole bunch of stories on these notices of violation, and this is under former Governor Calvo. The administrator was Eric Palacios, and there was a lot of wiggle room. It's like you would have a violator facing a potential fine, of $100,000, and they would get off the hook by renovating the bathroom at Guam EPA. So I hope none of that's still going on, but just going back to what we're talking about here, there's a penalty order, and it says GEPA is imposing a total civil penalty amount of $10,000 per violation per day. The proposed $10,000 penalty is being assessed for all 5 violations over the time period starting with GEPA's stop work order on May 13th through May 18th, when respondent was reminded for the 3rd time of the stop work order, for a total of 6 days. For 5 total violations over a period of 6 days, the amount $300,000 penalty. And so to me, that's the moral of the story, right? I mean, clearing land, you have a company here that just ignored basically the stop work order, and they're now facing a $300,000 fine.
Well, that's by the calculation. Now, there's another stipulation in the regulations that limit Guam EPA's authority to fine of no more than $125,000. So that $300,000 figure is based on the calculations for the duration of the activity, along with the statutory maximum per day amount. But in total, the maximum civil penalty that is authorized by the act is $125,000. And so this is kind of similar to the story you guys did, I think in 2019 with Smithbridge. Chris, I think that was your story.
Yeah.
Where if you ran the calculations, multiplied the duration by the maximum penalty amount, it came out to like $900,000. But we don't have that authority to assess that type of penalty order. The maximum that the agency can dole out is $125,000.
Well, hopefully some of these senators are listening. Work on that.
Right.
Nick, there was one other NOV. We're kind of running out of time here, but there was one other NOV that you guys had, right?
Well, I was just going to provide you an update with
go ahead
with the Smithbridge one, but I know Glenn did mention that he's going to issue NOV. I can't give too many specifics, but I know it involves junk vehicles. So As soon as that's cleared legal and has been issued, we can get back on this again, or I can send you guys a copy, or let you know when it's officially posted on the website. Yeah.
So that was based on an investigation that you guys conducted. So where exactly is the site?
I'm sorry, Bree, I don't have the specifics, but I can get with Glenn once he gives me the final signed notice of violation. I'd love the opportunity to talk about it with you guys.
Okay.
What was this City Hill NOV, Nick?
That one, the Army Corps actually got involved with that one.
Yeah, I see this.
Yeah. So there was it was relative to some type of structure that was not in compliance with the Clean Water Act. That has to be issued by the federal government. We just put that there just for community awareness. But that's something being handled by the Army Corps of Engineers and US EPA.
Right on, Nick. Thank you for your time. It's Nick from the JIC and the FIC, and also Guam EPA is his side hustle now.
All right, guys. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, too. Take care.
Right on. Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, they're busting people. But that's just, and you see it with this illegal dumping, is people don't take Guam EPA seriously. They just don't. I mean, in this case of this Primos Heavy Equipment is a shining example of that. I mean, they get told to stop work, they come back the next day still working, get the official stop work order, go back 4 days, they're still working, and they come back the next day, they're still working. So frustrating if you're the guy from Guam EPA who's going out to these sites, having to police these people. Hey, it's 7:59, Wednesday, May 26th, right here on The Link. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV. Fix yourself. That's on the way right here on The Link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Good morning, KUAM TV. Wow, what'd you do? I like it. I like that look on you. This is The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And welcome to the Wednesday, May 26, 2021 episode of The Link. It's all proudly sponsored by our friends at Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, where we actually tried retried, just can't stop, the cheddar bacon biscuits they have there at Jack in the Box. You can get it with bacon or sausage. They put the cheese in there. They get little duendes. They run in Jack in the Box, and they're just stuffing the cheese in the biscuit. They bake it up. It's a fried egg. They put cheese on top, bacon or sausage. Boom. Boom. Just like that. Thank you, Jack in the Box. Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E proud to present The Link. Good morning. Coming up, Guam Fire Chief Dan Stone. We're also going to go in with Senator Clint Rogel, who just happens to be the oversight chair of is it both utilities, Bree? See Senator Clint?
Maybe, like chair on utilities.
Right, yeah. So we're going to ask him about this big increase, hard eye roll, that came out from the CCU. It's an adjustment to the Lee Act that basically, in English, means you're going to start paying almost $60 a month more for power. Yeah, because we're made of money. They think we're getting $600 million we're not getting anything. Our stimulus is gone. They won't even pay the RISE Act, guys. We're hurting out here. Yet they continue to try and sock it to the little people with these tuition increases, power increases, water increases. Off them on, what's next? It's 8:03. Let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanati, good morning.
Off it, everybody. The CCU last night approved GPA's request to increase the fuel surcharge from 0.08 cents per kilowatt hour to 0.16 cents. That means the average monthly 1,000 kilowatt residential bill will increase by more than 28%, or $57.56 monthly. GPA cites rising global oil prices. If approved by the PUC, the increase would go into effect from August through February. It's been drug case after drug case in district court. On Tuesday, 2 drug defendants appeared for sentencing hearings before Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood. Adriana Cotero has the details.
Patrick Anthony Manabusen and Daryl Jake Guerrero were arrested in January of last year after an incident occurred at Leo Palace Resort in Jontya. According to court documents, Guerrero was found unresponsive by resort staff, causing management to call police for assistance. Upon arrival, GPD officers saw Guerrero on the couch, and in plain view were multiple bags containing a large amount of meth. Officers also saw a large amount of money, in which GPD secured the room and contacted the feds. Guerrero admitted that he was staying in the hotel room with Manabusen, who checked into the room under a different identity. When Manabusen returned to the hotel, he was apprehended by investigators at the Leo Palace gate. Further documents state $845 was found on Manabusen, and he admitted to smoking meth in the room with Guerrero. Detectives executed a search warrant and seized 330 grams of meth, 2 improvised glass pipes with suspected meth, drug packaging materials, and $4,095 from the hotel room. Documents state the circumstances indicate that the hotel room was being used to store and distribute meth. Guerrero is accused of being the source drug supplier, with Manabusen personally using meth and making sales. Both Manabusen and Guerrero pled guilty to possession of meth with intent to distribute charges. The co-conspirators were sentenced this afternoon at separate hearings in Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood's courtroom. For Manabusen, his clean record, mitigating role in the case, acceptance of responsibility, and his substantial assistance was praised by the court and the government. As stated in court, he has done well following supervision conditions for the past 10 months, and that prior to being charged, he entered a drug treatment program that he has since successfully completed. Additionally, it was noted that he has continued to work throughout his release, Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro stating that Manabusen has earned the recommendation for a sentencing on the low end of the guidelines. The drug offender was sentenced to 37 months or 3 years in federal prison, followed by a 3-year supervised release term with no fine imposed. The court also placed 3 judicial recommendations for Manabusan to serve his time in the West Coast, continue with drug treatment, and to avail of vocational training. Manabusan addressed the court, stating that he was ready to change and apologized for his addictive behavior. While Manabusan's sentencing ended on a positive note, it was a lengthy hearing for Guerrero, as attorney Sam Bataro called up DEA Task Force Officer Henry James with Guam Customs to testify on behalf of the defendant's involvement in a scheme to bring in contraband into the Department of Corrections during his 17 months in the Hagåtña detention facility awaiting sentencing. Several paid telephone conversations were brought into evidence and played back of Guerrero speaking with his mom and a man named Ben regarding alleged drug transactions. Despite numerous objections by defense counsel Jay Arreola, the court allowed the government to proceed with questioning Officer James and playing back the phone call recordings. As heard in the playback, Guerrero allegedly set up a transaction directing his mom to call a number to pick up $300 to go towards 4 DVDs that each cost $150. Officer James stated that based on his experience and being familiar with coded language, he interprets 4 DVDs to mean 4 grams of meth suspected to be brought into the detention facility. During another phone recording, Guerrero is accused of discussing another drug deal involving 5 grams of meth inside a package for his mom to pick up. James testified that he recognizes Guerrero's voice based on prior interviews with the defendant, listening into many of his phone calls, and the individuals on the line addressing him as Daryl. The defense asked for continuance for cross-examination on the witness to, quote, further investigate the allegations brought forward today, unquote. The court granted the request and scheduled a return for Friday, May 28th at 10 a.m.
And we're going to head into the studio now with more news. Here's Isaiah Uggan.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Absent a spending plan from the governor, the legislature has come up with a bipartisan resolution listing its priorities for the more than $600 million in American Rescue Plan money, and senators also want to hear from the community on it. In a news release, Speaker Therese Serlahi announced the first public hearing will be on June 4th at 11 a.m. She says despite a good faith effort to collaborate with the governor, they had yet to receive a requested copy of her spending plan. Serlahi said it's our duty to solicit input from the community and our government agencies regarding these federal funds. She said that she wants to come up with ways to assist those who are suffering to expand our economy and to enhance public services. We also checked with Adelup earlier today, and there were no updates at the time either. Less than a month after hearing the case, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled in favor of Guam in its bid to get the Navy to pay its fair share of the $160 million cleanup of the old ORDOT dump. Attorney General Levine Camacho describes the decision written by Justice Clarence Thomas as a big day for Guam and for the people of Guam.
But this case is more than just about contributions. This case is really about justice.
Justice and accountability. GovGuam argued that for decades, the Navy, who built and utilized the landfill in what was once the ORDOT Valley, has not paid a dime for the subsequent toxic cleanup ordered by the U.S. EPA. The Justice Department had argued that the clock had run out to file for compensation under the law known as the Environmental Superfund Act.
But the precise legal question was whether or not a Clean Water Act consent decree triggers your time to file with CERCLA-TAM, and today the court unanimously held that it does not. We have to accept our own responsibility for what has happened at the dump. There's no doubt about that. But at this point, we have been held 100% responsible for all of the cleanup costs at ORDOT. And the number that's going to be fair is greater than 0. So again, I can't give you an exact percentage, but I know it's greater than what's been offered at this point and what's been paid at this point.
The AG's office has begun gathering evidence which stretches back decades of how much and what kind of toxic materials the military dumped.
Part of what we want as an island, just tell us what happened, right? And we don't get that all the time. So if we can find out the story of what really happened and get some acknowledgement, some recognition of faults, I think that'll just help us move on as an island.
The next step will be to meet with the Justice Department and submit a status report to the D.C. Court of Appeals within the next 30 days. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
A 3-defendant trial is slated for August 17th, with both parties confirming that they are prepared and more than ready to get the case moving. Retired University of Guam professor Thomas Marler, former USDA employee John Hobart Lawrence, and his daughter Janika Lawrence face wire fraud and money laundering charges for scheming to rig bids for UOG federally funded projects from 2012 to 2015. There are several attorneys making up the defense teams for respective defendants, in which the government tells the court that all necessary arrangements in line with COVID-19 guidelines will be made to accommodate witnesses. As well, it was stated in court that the defense teams are in receipt of the additional 700 pages of discovery and have reviewed it all. After talks of possible tuition increases at the University of Guam for the Phenomkin 2022 semester, the university received guidelines on the use of the American Rescue Plan funds and made the decision to delay the tuition increase for now. According to a news release, UOG agreed on Tuesday to delay the projected tuition increase for the spring semester 2022 until 2023. The university will be receiving $12 million in ARP funds, which they will be providing $6 million in direct aid to eligible students throughout the academic year 2021 to 2022. They also intend to provide additional financial support to students from the institution's $6 million portion of the funds. Members of the 33rd Guam Youth Congress had shared their frustration about the proposed tuition increase. Speaker Stephanie Lorenzo.
I will disclose that in my program, once the pandemic started, we actually lost touch of 2 to 3 people in my program, and so they don't have like the resources to do online learning. They don't have the mental health, to have to put up with Zoom meetings back to back all day long. And so just another added burden onto the students is something that's unacceptable from the University of Guam, knowing that, we're still going through a pandemic, even though there are less restrictions, we're still fighting this virus. And to me, the fact that they want to raise tuition is kind of showing that, okay, we're done with this virus, but we're not.
It was last week during the Legislative Oversight Budget hearing when the university announced their plan to increase the tuition by 5%. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Isaiah. Starting in June, food boxes and dry and frozen goods commodities will be combined in a single distribution. GDOE Child Nutrition and Food Program Administrator Dina Lorenzo says it's a more logistically efficient way to distribute. She says their goal is to come up with the complete meal for families. The food and commodities don't typically arrive at the same time, and so they will wait till they do before pushing them out to village mayors. She confirms that there's no specific end date for the Emergency Food Assistance Program, which will continue until further notice. Lorenzo says they are expecting some 12,000 boxes by the first week of June. 5 new cases of COVID-19 were reported out of 477 tests performed Monday. Also, 5 people were hospitalized with the virus, 1 under ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. To date, there have been a total of 8,141 officially reported cases of COVID-19, with 139 deaths. 72 cases are active, and 7,930 people have recovered from COVID. The CAR score is 0.3. As for vaccination totals, 78,000 people have been fully immunized. Meanwhile, COVID vaccination clinics are scheduled today at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse and the Southern Region Community Health Center, and a combination testing and vaccination clinic is being held at the Farmers Co-op Market in Dededo. With COVID cases dropping across the country and more Americans are vaccinated, air travel is expected to soar this summer. Today, federal officials outlined changes to keep everyone safe. Elise Preston has the latest from New York's LaGuardia Airport.
Airports are coming back to life.
It's good. It's good to be back. I mean, everyone's following protocols, which is awesome.
And federal officials are expecting even more passengers this summer.
Poised to support the traveling public as we embark on what is going to be an historic return to post-pandemic travel.
With big crowds expected, flyers are being urged to take steps to make the travel experience quicker and safer. They include enrolling in TSA PreCheck to avoid long lines, utilizing touchless technology, and simply allowing extra time at the airport.
While mask rules are starting to loosen in various places, that's not the case in our nation's airports and on flights.
It is a federal mandate that one must wear a mask in an airport, and we will not tolerate behavior that violates the law.
Most passengers we spoke to know the masks are a necessary part of air travel for now.
Do you feel a little safer that people have to wear masks in the airport?
Well, to be honest, I do, especially because there's a lot. We never know what's coming up next. So, it helps out with feeling safe.
One challenge that still lies ahead is getting international travel fully back on track.
This is something that we are evaluating each and every day. And what we're going to do is we're going to follow the science in making the appropriate decision for the American public.
Travel experts expect some reopening of international routes this summer. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
23% of Guam's coconut trees, or 1 in 5, show signs of attack by coconut rhinoceros beetles. Those are the results from bi-monthly island-wide roadside image surveys conducted by UOG professor and entomologist Dr. Aubrey Moore and his team. Since the surveys began in October, the proportion of coconut palms with visible damage from the CRB has ranged between 19 and 23%. An island-wide roadside video survey is also being done on Rhoda for early detection of CRB damage, and there is interest in use of roadside video surveys for coconut rhinoceros beetle damage elsewhere in the Pacific. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenos days to get some to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Siniplano ni magahaga mandane legislatura needs a resolution ginito di dos partida. No lista it mas preciso siya na paro magasta aji maski 600 milyon pesos na slapi American Rescue Plan. Zaman malago sa nadot siya na paro mahungo gini komunidad por este. Di news release Speaker Teresa Lahi anunsya na i-permit na hearing para publiko sa dia 4 de Junio gilas 11 egaan. Ilang sa Lahi na masya nafa umulig dyan inakomprenden niya dyan ni goberno ti marisisibi trabiya kopya ni planunya. Asangan ba sa naitay niya dyan obligasyon niya para manafan sauno ay publiko dyan ihensa ni gobernamento iyan nasunin niya ni Taimano para magasta este na salapi federal. Ilang niya naman malago siya Taimano para ma-assist iya dyan mamadadasi maumenta mas si ekonomiya dyan niya nadalanto ni sabisyon ni gobernamento para itaw-taw siya. Masasangan na matsek talo gidya adelup ginigap dataza masasunto presti. Yotro artikulo gimapos na semana ay task force para nuevo na medical campus saban meeting at taza desisyon niya para amano yung nuevo na hospital Guahan na paromahatsa. Segun si Mai Habib, a public information officer para Guam Memorial na hospital, the Department of Land Management sa Distepag makonsitsiga, magrumensa mabalyuat mas aji dos na lugar ni makonsidera. Nirin po di KUAM aji dos na lugar ni makonsidera ni Land and Infrastructure na subcommittee sa Iza Adakaw sa aji Hagas Eagles Field kita Mangilaw. Linya si Habib na isti dos na lugar sa kampas para mas preciso na rason ni manggayigi talo i isla dyan nahong na minedong para mahat sa hospital public health Guam Behavioral and Wellness Center dyan laboratorio ni CDC. Yan yung mas na mapod hufan na tempo ni nain na para madi CDST. At suntugin ni Korti, aji uno na trial para tres ni man masaki sa para dia 17 Agosto. Todi dos banday, defense na ni prosecutor sa masangan na esta ba prepara siya. Dyan mas kilisto siya para makonsigi mo na este na kausa. Iritiraw na profesor di Universidad Guahan. Si Thomas Marler, empleyado ng USDA si John Hobart Lawrence, Zaniaganya si Janica Lawrence. Sa mafafanay na tsakin wire fraud and money laundering, anay maarti ibid para Universidad Guahan para sa lapi federal para totoo guihi gi 2012 este 2015 na sakan. Lamigay na abagaw siya para ma-defendi man maatsaki. Sa gobernamento sa nga ni Korte na todo necesaryo na reglamento para inisgayon para inatahan ni COVID-19 sa listo sa ma-adapta para ufan man na ay testimonyo. Masangan loki ni man defendi na esta marisibi todo ebidensya gini din skurbi sa ma-review. Imas, después de encuentros por posible na para umahat sa tuition di Universidad Guahan para fanamnakan na semestre 2022, marisibi ni Universidad inisgayon ni Taimano para manasabi sa lapi American Rescue Plan, sa madiside na para maditeni na junay natisa para pago. Según ni news release sa UOG sa mga comfort magi imatis para maditeni na junay natisa hasta ki spring na semestre ni 2023 sakan para marisibi ni UOG 12 milyon pesos gini ARP. Jagiadyo 6 milyon pesos para mausa para ma-assist adyo siya na estudyante ni mang kwalifika gisakan akademya 2021 hasta 2022. Maplanen niya lokoy na para ma-ajuda gi isalapi na banda adyo siya na estudyante gipaluwihi gi 6 milyon pesos. Gimapos na semana gi legislatura na oversight budget hearing na manunsya ni Universidad na para ma-atisa tuition 5%. Gyutumo Gihunyo na mes para matutuon manadanya kahitan ng kano. Janati man anglo zam frozen na prevention siya giyon din distribute. Ichaw Nutrition and Food Administrator gini Departamento ng Edukasyon si Dina Lorenzo asangan na mas libeano gitaygwihin na klasen din distribute. Ilengya na adso Malagonia losut tumusa para managwahan na di kabalis na sentada para todi familia siya. Inang kanuzan o trakaw sa siya sa tigumigi gumatu idos gipareho na ora. Zapodad so mananggan nayon naza antitu manai mahod gi isang sungsiya. Konfirma na taza espesyal na tempo na pro-fakpo emergency food assistance na programa so makontinua hasta kiman manai notisya. Iling naman si Lorenzo na mananangga kasi 12,000 nakahita gi-implement na semanan Hunyo. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Calling my name, yeah, she's calling my name. Mayo, from her beautiful blue seas, but I'm playing the game, trying to get to this fame. Oh, oh, what I've earned and what's given. Think about my future and my love. Play some ball, mess around and switch it up. Mix some C's with some B's and make a book. Too many trees, they be starting to hurt my lungs.
825. Reed Meyer, Miles. Hey, good morning, KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Jason Solis is on vacation. We haven't heard from him. Someone heard from him yesterday, but I haven't even.
I heard from him yesterday.
How is he, Bree?
We didn't talk about how he was doing.
Oh, so you didn't do a wellness check?
I told him that he's got like a half a gallon of barbecue sauce from Debbie.
Yeah. 826. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have Guam Fire Chief Dan Stone standing by. Good morning, Chief. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Chris. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. I know it's been a minute, so wanted to just kind of catch up with you on an update with what's going on with Guam Fire. We'll just give you the floor, Chief, and then we did have some questions. So where are we now? Is the whole island kind of returns to this cliche, the sense of normalcy. I know with Guam Fire, I mean, it's been pretty normal and then some for the duration of this pandemic, right? So where are we now?
So well, the men and women of the Guam Fire Department continue their efforts to continue to battle against COVID. We've made some really great headway as far as the department is concerned. We've gotten, some of the good things is that we've gotten really good at our responses, and some of the bad things is that we've gotten really good at our responses. So, and that's a direct, indication that everybody in the field, they get it, they understand the magnitude of the situation. And even though, we continue the effort of vaccinating everybody on Guam, or the effort to vaccinate everybody on Guam, we're still not out of the woods yet. So we still see our positives, and we will handle them as such. And other than that, I'm very proud of everything that they've been doing. They've kind of made my job fairly easy.
I wanted to follow up on just like the vaccination rate over at GFD, because I was kind of surprised when we heard about the positives at GFD, and then to hear that the 2 firefighters, I believe, or was it 1, that was not vaccinated.
And I'm sorry, Bree, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. You're coming in very faint.
I wanted to follow up on the vaccination rate of GFD, the firefighters and the personnel there, because, when we heard about the positive case over the two positive, right, over at GFD, and to hear that, I believe it was one of them was not vaccinated.
Right.
Right, that's correct. So you're correct. So the Guam Fire Department, as it stands, as of yesterday, I get an updated report from my infection control officer, and as of yesterday, we have a total of 176 of our firefighters and 18 of our emergency medical dispatchers that are fully vaccinated. And then, of course, the rest of those who have not taken the vaccine have had their, the reasons for not taking the vaccine, and we respect it because obviously it's still very much a volunteer vaccination. So I'm very proud of that. So we're about, as a department, we're about 84% fully vaccinated.
What are your guys saying, Chief, when you find out they just don't want to get the vaccine?
So there's, the reasons run the gamut from, their lifestyle just doesn't, they feel that their lifestyle doesn't make them vulnerable, or, they're just the wait and see approach. They're not certain yet. They just kind of want to see what comes out of everything that's going on as far as all the other vaccinations, and as they continue to develop and improve, what those results will be. That's been it for the most part.
Mm-hmm. I remember when things really started to ramp up with COVID, the Guam Fire Department, they stood up those COVID transport units. Is that still in place?
No, thanks for that question, Drew, because, once we had that second surge and we started to see that huge uptick in numbers, there was a definite need to be able to stand up these transport units. We were fortunate at that time. We were also recipients of about 7 new ambulances at that time, I think. So that afforded us the opportunity to stand up those dedicated units. With the continued vaccination efforts, and as we get closer and closer to achieving hopefully herd immunity, we've seen those numbers come down. So we have been able to take two of the 3 transport units offline. And maintaining the 1, and then redeploying the staff back out to the respective fire stations.
Chief, do you know the status of the COVID differential pay? Because we're just hearing from a few different agencies that a lot of them are behind.
That's correct, and Guam Fire Department is one of those agencies. We're working very hard to get caught up in that with that differential pay. So it's my understanding, I believe we're about 4 weeks behind, but we're making efforts every pay period to try and whittle away at that to get us all caught up.
Is that more of a funding issue, or is that a paperwork issue?
Or both?
I'm sorry, Bree.
Funding or paperwork, Chief?
So it's a little bit of both. So it's a funding issue, but it's also paperwork. It's just getting our paperwork together and making sure we've got all the, dot all the I's, cross all the T's, so that when it gets sent over to DOA for for processing, it meets the muster for the requirements and the justifications.
So we have the money. It's just a matter of the paperwork.
Yeah, part of it's administrative, and then it's making sure we get the funding for it as well.
Right.
Another thing we've heard from other agencies, law enforcement agencies, for example, GPD, they've seen a lot of police officers resign, going to higher paying jobs, going to the military. We heard about what happened at the Guam International Airport. The airport police officers also leaving. Just yesterday, we had the customs director also telling us about he's seen people leaving his agencies. What about the fire department? Are you seeing people resigning, retiring?
Leaving for better pay?
So actually, I don't think we have that situation going on with the Guam Fire Department right now. The normal attrition, people do retire as they reach their retirement age and they feel like it's time to move on. They definitely do submit for their retirements. But as far as anybody resigning and moving on to bigger and better or greener pastures, I have not seen that happen with the Guam Fire Department. It's pretty much you start as a firefighter, you retire as a firefighter.
Right. Yeah.
So where are you guys though on manpower?
So we are definitely seeing, starting to feel the challenges in that area. Our staffing, with people retiring, because people did retire during COVID. People have retired early on this year. We've had retirements in 2019. So we are definitely working with the administration to try and address that and get that staffing, for the hires and promotions. Promotions are very important to me right now because we do have a little bit of a gap in our first line supervision. And so we've been working very closely with the administration, and it looks like we're going to be making some progress in that area here soon.
You said retirement. Is there how many people are retiring? Is it a pretty high amount?
No, not in the totality of the situation, but we've had a few. Let's see, we've had 2020. We had about 7 or 8, if I recall correctly, and then this year we've had 4, if I'm not. And we have a couple of more coming up within the year.
Are we seeing any new cycles coming up?
Well, that's definitely a hope of mine, Bree. That's for sure. And so again, that is one of those efforts that I'm working with the administration to address. And again, it is definitely a need to get that next cycle running. And so we're very hopeful and optimistic that that'll happen soon.
Chief, when we talk about the next cycle, I mean, the question I think of is what makes a good firefighter. So in your opinion, what makes a good firefighter?
What makes a good is somebody who's, who one, has a love for the job one. You have to be able to work with people because you're going to be working with somebody for 24 hours. So you really do have to have that kind of relationship at the fire stations. Working with the public, there's a lot of dynamics in the communities that we serve. So being able to work in that environment is very important. And of course, running into a building that's on fire when everybody else is running out. So you got to be able to want to have the desire to want to do that.
Is there anything you can tell us about that DeWitt warehouse fire? Adriana was there just earlier this week, and she had noticed some ATF agents there, and I'm just kind of wondering why ATF is also involved.
Oh, so ATF involvement was a request from the resident agent in charge here at the ATF office here on Guam. It's my understanding because of the warehouse. Because of the insurance policy for the warehouse, that kind of drives that. There's a threshold that drives that requirement. And so he reached out to our fire prevention folks and requested to see if they can join in the investigation. And of course, I'm not going to turn them away because they bring some assets and some equipment that we can benefit from.
Chief, sorry, I haven't been following it, but are you guys investigating arson as a possible cause for that fire?
Chris, we're still in the investigative stage. It is a process, and so we don't rule out anything at this particular point. It has been a little bit of a labor process because getting through the debris at the fire has been proven challenging because as we sift through it, it starts to smolder a little bit more, and then we kind of have to, the inspectors have to back out because we have to worry about, respiratory protection and things of that nature. And then we have to reapply some water to make sure we extinguish, and then they go back in after the smoke is cleared. So it's been a little bit of a process, but while they're extinguishing any smoldering fires, there's also the effort with paperwork, reviewing documents, getting interviews done, things of that nature. So I suspect that we should, I'm pretty confident we should have this wrapped up here by the end of the week, hopefully, is what I'm being told. So even with my briefing with the ATF RAC, he was pretty confident that they'll be able to wrap it up soon.
Chief, you talked about kind of struggling with manpower issues. Does that mean that all of our fire trucks are properly manned in the stations? I mean, are we experiencing any shortages that could jeopardize the level of service from Guam Fire?
Well, that's a good question, Chris, and I appreciate it. So although we have our staffing challenges, we make everything work, and so we've been able to keep the mission requirements, the staffing requirements, where they're at, or at the minimums, and then we won't get to that point. We won't get to a point where we have any service degradation, hopefully, and if we do, then we'll have to address it at that time. But at present, we are maintaining our operational standards.
Chief, just going back to the DeWitt fire, are you able to tell if did the building have fire suppression systems in place?
So you mean a sprinkler system?
Yeah, for the DeWitt.
Correct. So no, it's not required for that facility. The requirement for sprinkler systems, from what I was explained, from what I was told from my fire prevention folks, is 12,000 square feet. That facility is actually 11,000 square feet, so it doesn't require a sprinkler system. However, it did have a functioning alarm system.
Oh, functioning alarm. Okay. What about this high pile permit?
Correct. You've been doing your homework. Yes.
Adriana had it in her story.
I don't even know what that is.
I think it's like if you pile stuff high, you need to have a permit.
Hence the name. Yes, very good. So the DeWitt was cited for not having the high pile permit, and was directed to proceed to DPW to obtain that permit, and so they were cited for that violation.
What kind of citation is it? It's like you pay a fine, or it's just like just go get the permit?
Correct. It's a civil violation. So the first offense, I believe, is $100 for the offense. Second offense, I believe, goes up to no less than $400, and then it incrementally goes up. And then I believe after the fourth offense, you actually have to go to court for it.
Wow.
Is that $100 per day?
It's $100 for the violation.
Oh, just okay.
One time.
So I need a permit when we start fiestas again because I always stack my plate high.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
You didn't need to hear that.
It wasn't worth catching. Chief, I kind of wanted to ask just about your the military service. So I know that you were appointed as, God, it's slipping my mind a little bit, but has that kind of presented a challenge in just being able to carry out your duties as the chief? And are you looking at any other future military deployments? I mean, it is what it is, right? I'm not nitpicking. I'm just wondering.
So I'm not sure I heard the whole question, Chris. You were mentioning something about military deployment.
Right. Are you? So you were appointed, right, as over at the, was it the Air Reserve or?
Oh, Air Guard. Right.
Okay.
Correct. So I am the current command chief for the Air Guard. Yes.
And so I'm just wondering, do you have any future deployments coming up? And does that kind of present a challenge in you being able to carry out your duties as the chief? Because it's something we hear law enforcement, they're always talking about military commitments affecting just like service, and you know what I mean?
And that's a fair question. So does it prove challenging? Sure, but it's all about time management. And some of the reasons why I'm able to carry out both responsibilities, the fact that we have really good staff on hand to be able to, if I do get called up to military service, or I have to travel off island for military duties, I've got chief officers that are fully capable of being able to fill in temporarily until I get back, and so that definitely helps me in being able to manage my military career, and then on the other side of the coin, on the military side, we have some very talented airmen up at the Air Guard as well. That while I'm in my fire chief capacity, they're able to maintain the day-to-day business of the Air Guard, and they always keep me informed of what's going on or what I need to know. As far as deployments are concerned, yeah, I think I've promoted myself out of deployments, Chris. So and that's not a complaint. I'm happy to stay home. I've done my share.
Right. So when you go on the military leave or assignments or whatever, do you still get paid GFD? I mean, not just for you, anybody.
So you would if you have your military leave, you can use your military leave for the government of Guam, and if anything, I would go on annual. I would have to take annual leave.
And then I guess last question, Chief, is we talked about the manpower shortages and the fire trucks, and you had said that you guys make sure you meet all the minimum requirements. So what is like the minimum requirement for personnel on a fire truck?
So it would be no less than 3. Right. So we run about that, on good days when we have everybody back from, so as you can imagine, we have some of our firefighters who are doing their military duty, as coincidentally, and are on orders to support in other efforts. And so as we get them returned back into the ranks, we're able to plus up on our trucks where we need. And so I'm looking forward to them coming back off their military requirements.
Right on, Chief. I think that's about it. We definitely appreciate your time. And we'd like to, I was talking to Cherika, it'd be cool to get you guys to come on. We do it with, Sergeant Paul and Guam Police, but maybe every other week just to, stay visible and show the public, because you guys do a lot of great stuff, especially responding, right? So
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'd love to make that happen. I mean, whether it's you or, Cherika or any of the battalion chiefs or anybody.
Sure, we're happy to help out in that regard. So, Cherika's been doing a phenomenal job with the absence of Kevin, who's on military duty. So what wound up happening is, as you've already stated, as we start getting closer and closer to whatever that new normal is going to be for us, everybody has to kind of pick up on their responsibilities in the military uniform, and because some of them were able to say, hey, Commander, I'm an essential employee here at the Guam Fire Department. If you take me out of the Guam Fire Department, we kind of impact. And so, I have to say thank you to the commanders who were very receptive and understanding of that, and were able to work with us to help us out in that regard. But now that we're getting a little bit easier, not easier, our responses to COVID have lessened. We're able to allow them to return back to satisfy their military responsibilities. So, and if I could, I just want to say, once again, thanks to everybody in the Guam Fire Department, all the personnel, everybody that supports us. We've had tremendous support from the administration as well. All the other key stakeholders, Guam Memorial Hospital has been huge for us. Public Works has been Public Works, Public Health, just that whole collaborative effort that's been going on over the past almost 14, 15 months now. Couldn't have done it without them, so thanks to everybody.
Well,
and thanks to you guys for keeping everybody informed.
Well, thanks, Chief, and again, thanks to everybody over at GFD.
Thank you.
Take care. Stay safe.
You too. Take care.
Thank you, Chief. Right on. And we're going to take just a really quick break, and we're coming back with Speaker Therese Terlahi relative to these public hearings that they're going to be holding at the legislature for the spending of the American Rescue Plan funds. Next on The Link, good morning.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos de Poco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla. Watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
Short drives everywhere, that's fine with me. The local boys are cruising in, we checking out the scene. Gotta find the women, where can they be? 'Cause I say, love for an island is what we do. Lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few. Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like, Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. 'Cause I say, alright, it makes you feel 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 alright. Cruising down the island now, you're checking out the green. Makes you feel at home, baby, do you know what I mean? It may be hot, it may be small, but remember, old Chamorros will stand tall. 'Cause I say, love for an island is what we do, Lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few, Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like, Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. 'Cause I say, alright, it makes you feel 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 alright.
Good stuff. Easy jams. Eric Wara and the gang. Make you feel alright. 8:49. Good morning. It's Wednesday, May 26th. In the KUAM News Zoom room, the Speaker, Teresa Lahi. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning. Thanks for coming on. I know you're going into session soon, but real quickly, can you give us an update on what's happening with session and where are we?
With session, sure. We've almost exhausted our second reading folder so far. We have one more resolution this morning. That's the resolution on the insular cases, the Vice Speaker's resolution. Other than that, all the bills that we considered were moved to third reading, and we will be voting on Friday at 4 p.m. However, I am expecting that some motions will be made to add some bills today. So we'll see when we go back in.
You did issue a release also yesterday. If we can go through that regarding ARP and Resolution 93.
That's right. Okay, so you remember the plan that the legislature came up with, that we got all 15 senators to agree, and we got consensus on that. We submitted that to the governor as our suggestions for spending of the ARP funds, right? So we took that spending plan, I put it in a resolution. I want to allow,
Hold on, speaker. There's something going on here. Are you rubbing the microphone with your sleeve?
Oh, maybe with the papers. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Can you just start over? Sorry.
Okay, so we took the we took the spending plan that the senators all agreed to, that the 15 of us, and we gave it to the governor. So I also took that plan, put it into a resolution. It's the same plan, put it in a resolution so that we can have a public hearing on it and receive some more public input. Because what we found was that everyone's got some good ideas, and they want to tell us how they think that money should be spent. I agree that they should be heard in that regard, and so I'm trying to give an opportunity for that to happen. And it's of course, we'll take everything that they give us. It will be permanized in a record, available for all senators, available for the agencies that are actually implementing these plans, and available for the governor for consideration in her plan. And whenever we get her plan, I'm sure that all plans can be made even better with more input. So for me, the more, the better. And so that's the goal. It's just to make things better. So even our suggestions can be improved.
So you're basically taking the legislature's plan and turning it into the people's plan, right?
Correct. We're going to do our best to finesse it, right? Now we've learned from the guidelines. So since our plan was formulated, the guidelines were issued. So of course that now will have to influence what really is eligible or not eligible to be spent. And so we've received some suggestions already that some of these things, for example, the funds that we allocated for GPD and GFD, that those might not be eligible. So perhaps we will be able to reallocate those to other places. Things like that. So the guidelines and then input from the agencies. So I'm very much encouraging agencies to come out and talk about their plans. And of course, we are encouraging them to do this at the budget hearings as well. So we want them, like GCC came in and we said, if you got ARP funding, we want you to use it for this. Would you be able to do that? And they were able to lay it out exactly. Yes, we are able to take $7 million and we will increase training for new jobs. We are going to increase capacity for nurses and all these jobs that we need so very badly here on Guam. And so that's the kind of thing I really appreciate. We also heard, of course, something different like public health coming in and saying, we are counting on 17 million in ARP funds, which of course we did not set aside 17 million for operations. We're trying to put this money into programs that are really going to expand services. So we did give some to public health, but we want them to expand what they are currently doing, what we always appropriate for them to do, which is foster care, senior citizen services, all of that is normal. That should be funded normally, but we want the ARP funds to go to an expansion of those things to really, really help people and in a permanent way, in a more, to change this for generations.
When we had you on last time, you mentioned that you were going to write this letter to, I believe it was the governor or BVMR, DOA, or somebody, about the RISE Act payments to go ahead and get those checks ready so that when the funds actually get here, we could send them out immediately. Did you ever get a response to that request, do you know if they cut any checks or anything? Or
No, I'm sure they haven't. Otherwise, they would have announced it. But no, no response. And as far as I know, the checks are not cut yet. So that's unfortunate because the cash, apparently, we have the cash. It's sitting there now, and it can be used without any further real red tape. We don't have to go back like we had to do with some of these plans and get the feds to approve it again. We can spend that now. And so that's why I was hoping that the checks would be ready and they would go out for those RISE payments. I still think they should. I still think they should do that. And if they want to expand the program beyond the current, eligible recipients, then by all means, let's work on that. But in the interim, send those out right now to those.
I read the letter. It was good. I was sorry to see that there was no response. But Speaker, I wanted to ask, just do you feel with these public hearings and this process where we're going to fold in the public input, which is great because last time no one asked us about the CARES Act and how we felt it should be spent. So this is awesome. But do you feel that there's some time sensitivity in being able to shake the tree and get that public input? Because I feel like the clock is ticking. I mean, the governor has the money. She says she has her plan. You guys have your plan. And I'm just worried that we have a public hearing, and then by the time we get the public's input, some of the money's already been put here, put there, spent here or there.
Well, I'm not that worried about that. I understand your concern because, of course, they're going to come up with a plan and they will have allocated all the money probably before this public hearing. That's very much a possibility. However, just like with our plan, all plans can be made better. I really believe that. And I really believe public input. I mean, we've got smart people here on Guam, much smarter than me. So I expect them to make our plans better. And that's what we're trying to do. We might not be able to revise the entire plan but I think there will be things that will be made better because of public input. It's like no one asked us our opinion on the CARES money either, Chris, right? And so I totally understand that. And I'm just trying to create opportunity for that input so that we can have the input, right? And whether they take it or not, that's a whole other question now, right? And so we're just going to put this on the table. And I think it should be good for Guam. I don't know. I've always appreciated input because the more I've thought I really knew about something and someone will tell me how to make that even better. And I appreciate that. So not everyone's going to listen, but I think most of us are going to listen because we know we're not the masters of all knowledge, right? For sure.
Since the closed door meeting at Adelup with the senators and the governor and her financial people, have you had any other talks with the governor or any kind of communications with any of her people about when this plan is going to be finished and presented and when we're all going to know anything about the ARP funds and how it's going to be distributed?
No, and I did send them a letter after that as well. When I heard, Mr. Byrne on your show talking about what he submitted, I sent a FOIA to him and also to the BBMR director asking them for any documents that had been submitted. And they said they did not need to submit a plan to the federal government in order to get the cash. So I'm not sure, because I know they've submitted something, but their response to me in the FOIA was there is nothing, no response.
Right,
there are no documents if this outlining the plan. And so that's one thing. We've also just heard from Mr. Byrne and the director of BBMR here in our hearing. We had a committee of the whole on one of the bills, and so they were here and we did ask them a few questions about it. For example, would this bill impact our receipt of ARP funds because we're changing the taxes, right? We are giving exemptions on BPT taxes, and the ARP guidelines are very clear. If you reduce your tax revenues, they're not going to cover that. They're going to make you reimburse that to them, in fact. And so we don't want to do that. And so we tried to make it very clear. And they gave us a number of about 7 million, that if we reduce our tax revenues beyond 7 million, we're going to have to reimburse all of that. And that's one of the reasons why, there was a motion on the floor to expand the exemption even further, to double it. But I couldn't support that because that was very clear, according to the guidelines, that they would ding us on our ARP funds, and we want the maximum funds. As I said, this is an unprecedented amount of funds coming to the government of Guam and the people of Guam, and I want the people of Guam to benefit from this, and so I don't want any of it to be taken away, taken back.
Right. But any chance, have you been tracking what's happening with the quarantine and ISOFAC facilities and the amount of money that's being paid? Because we had Jenna Gamindi Bloss on yesterday, and she was saying that 26 million has been paid in invoices, and there's X amount of million left for the quarantine facilities. And this is just for DUCIT, and it's being paid with the federal funds. The CARES Act was paying for it, but only with reimbursement, but only $4 million has been reimbursed so far. And this is just for the ones that they procured, right? So the ones previous, like the Pac Star, the Wyndham Gardens, the Days Inn.
Yep.
Do you know if we were ever reimbursed for any of those costs?
I don't know, and I remember at the time when we had an oversight hearing regarding that, Senator Perez did, it was pretty clear that they were just saying those were going to be paid out of CARES funds, not seeking reimbursement by FEMA. Since then, of course, they've changed their procedures and they are now seeking reimbursement from FEMA. So the fact that they haven't reimbursed it all, I'm hoping is just the way it works, and it's not that we should be concerned, because these people who are submitting our reimbursements to FEMA up there at the Homeland Security, they're experienced, and so they're supposed to have everything in line in advance before we spend it to ensure that it's eligible for FEMA. And they've done this with the hospital's expenditures, the SNU expenditures, and hopefully the isolation and quarantine facilities, that they've lined them up so that they are reimbursable, so that they qualify and there's no hiccup there. So I just hope that that's the case, Sabrina, as just like
it's probably not though, Speaker.
And I'm glad you said they know what they're doing over at GSA and OCD.
And that was the problem, was that the
I'm saying for the reimbursement for FEMA part, they know how to submit the claims to FEMA. They've worked with FEMA. They are working with FEMA. So if there was an issue, now, if they're not bringing it to our attention, that's a whole other situation.
that's probably what it is.
Yeah, hopefully
they said they're working on the documents,
No,
but
'cause
I'm just saying that they know what they're doing, right, in terms of the FEMA reimbursements, the paperwork, as opposed to the hotel quarantine hotels. The procurement
was
or
all over the place.
non-procurement, that occurred.
And that was the problem. Is I remember before he went on military duty, we had the GHS OCD Administrator Charles Estevez on. And he had said that what they were being told or tasked with was recreating a record of procurement that would be good enough to stand up to the reimbursement process. And I don't even know if that's even doable, because there was like little to no paperwork.
Yeah,
on
I don't know the outcome of that, to be honest with you. That I'm curious about as well. But I did think we've heard from the AG since then, during maybe your show or another hearing, that who said that those were, I don't know. I'm not going to say anymore. I think, we should follow up maybe on the outcome of those early procurements, if they were ever reimbursable. But my guess is no, they weren't.
All right, Madam Speaker. I know everybody's watching this. Session's at 9. They're probably waiting for you to bang the gavel.
I got to go to session, yes. So thank you so much. Thanks. And so the hearing again is June 4, 11 a.m. It's going to be in our public hearing room. We're going to do it, we call it hybrid, where if you need to come on virtually, we're going to allow you to do that. Otherwise, you can attend in person, okay? And so we're encouraging, of course, the agencies, but the public. This is for the public to come in, and if they want to have some input on how we spend this ARP, the American Rescue Plan funds. All right, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
Take care. Have
Madam
a great
Speaker.
day.
Right on, break a leg. I mean, not literally, but you know what I mean. 9:05. Yeah, that was interesting, Bree, because we had Jenna Gamindi Blas on yesterday, and she was saying, we're talking about these reimbursements that we're just talking about with Speaker, and she didn't mention those early ones, like Pacific Star. What was the other one? Days Inn? Was it Days Inn?
No, Days Inn, Wyndham's Garden.
Right. And as you may recall, hopefully you guys got good memory. This was just like the fishy-ass procurement that was done by the governor's former legal advisor, and
so she was using her special powers, and I think it's Title 10 or the Emergency Health Powers Act.
Emergency Superpowers Act.
As a basis as to why she could, authorize, I don't know, and allow all this stuff to happen.
But the legal counsel at the time, who had really led I think basically the governor deputized her son-in-law to go and do all this, and then it ended up just being so controversial that I believe he left the office because of it.
Yeah, there were the email paper trails.
He was just basically bossing everyone around.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, no, I'm going to do this. And you know how it is. I mean, if your mother-in-law's the governor, who's going to tell you no?
and the oversight hearing that happened. I wish
it was crazy.
Yeah, the AG, whoever the AG was like couldn't testify.
Jessica Toft.
What is it? Attorney-client privilege or something like that.
It was a farce, really it was. And I don't really know. I mean, Senator Sabina kind of went in and, really went in with John Brown and the procurement and whether or not, and this is a subject we covered so deeply. They went in and that hearing was it's crazy. You had like Carlo Branch trying to cut people off, and remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Man, you guys got to be the ones to remember, though. Doesn't matter if we remember. If you guys don't remember, especially if you don't remember next year during the election, what's the point, really? 9:07, we're going to take a break here. Good morning, KUAM TV. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
KUAM KOAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KOAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KOAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KOAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
So when you see me passing by, tomorrow ride until I die. Wahoosie Savage K, un representa SD671 production, the whole island of Guam. This is the front line in the racial hub of the globe. Busy traffic, but forever in that slow mo. If you from Dedido, Chico or some money, I better know exactly what you're doing, getting groovy. If you from Minalahan, no maybe down in Lesu, you got the chromey smell creeping out your bedroom window. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. If you from ABT or back road chillin' Mungie Town, you got that pride held high because you brown and proud. If you from Barragata or the Italian Pago, you probably got those cold caps twisted off your bottles. If you from Sinahanya, PD of Santa Rita, you got the shizzle, the smizzle that make the parties chisel. Guam's like the antidote, like wicked music notes. The only place to be, no matter young or old. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. Explode's my main goal. No fear, I let it go. Let the good times roll. Homie, this is my solo. And Guam's where it's at. Mixing down the fattest tracks. That feel good island music with that bump in the back. Where's all my boony dogs? I'm talking.
How's it, everybody? Good morning. Welcome back to the link. It is 9:13 in the morning.
Yes, it is. Our show proudly brought to you by our friends at Pacific Point, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E. Big show this morning. There was definitely some takeaways. We just got off the Zoom with Speaker Terlahi, this public hearing on the American Rescue Plan funding. A good idea. And they're going to be doing, it's like you can go in Zoom and testify, or you can go in person.
Yeah, so the first hearing is June 4th at 11 a.m. So they put their spending plan in resolution form, and now they're going to go and allow people in the community to give them feedback, give them ideas and suggestions.
Right. And this is good. You know, I think it's great because we just haven't heard from the governor about this alleged plan. And I don't know. I mean, if you don't have a plan, well, the people, I'm pretty sure they have their ideas on how this money should be spent. And I'll just give you an example. So, you know, we had the congressman bring up this premium pay thing, which according to the guidance with the American Rescue Plan, you're able to pay essential workers both, is it both private sector and government as well?
I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, but anyway, so it's this premium pay thing that if you're an essential worker, you're supposed to get this pay, and they could actually give it to you retroactively, which is great, right? And that's the intent of Congress, was to not just give us this money to rebuild our governments and our economies or whatever, but it's supposed to also be able to help lift all of us back up. You know,
It kind of to me sounds like the COVID differential pay kind of thing that the government employees got, where private sector employees would get it, because we're talking about the grocery store workers, the gas station service attendants,
right?
You know,
and also the press conference after the senators met with the governor in the press conference. Phil from the Post had asked, do you plan to implement this? And she didn't really seem to know much about it, but again, where it came down to her answer, she was saying, well, we still got to decide who is essential. So, I mean, just things like that. Things like the RISE Act, where you have a law, a public law, that the governor is just being too wishy-washy on it, you know? I mean, she said, yeah, I'm going to pay it, but, you know, the retirees, the government employees, they're not qualified, so I want to pay them too. I think we're just kind of forgetting that, you know, this is a government of the people, for the people, by the people, and that, you know, what the people have to say should matter. It should matter. It should. They should ask us, hey, what do you guys think? Because, and there's other measures too with this spending plan. Yeah, something going on?
We had asked Speaker Terlahi about whether she had received a response to her letter that she sent to get the RISE Act checks prepped, so that as soon as we get the ARP funds, they could immediately, be sent out. But there's always been that debate, well, whether or not, GovGuam employees should be eligible for these RISE Act employees, because in the current bill form, it excludes GovGuam retirees, I believe, and GovGuam employees. The thought being that, well, they were working the whole time during the pandemic, teleworking, et cetera. And so that's why senators decided to just give it to private sector employees. And so, that has kind of been an issue with the governor saying that's not fair, it's discriminatory, this despite the fact that an attorney general opinion had came out and said, no, you could pay, pay out the RISE Act. So anyway, what we're hearing is that there may be an announcement from Adelup today regarding an executive order on the RISE Act, and the possibility that it may now include government employees. And so, at the end of the day, it's ARP money. Yeah. So the governor can do whatever she wants with the ARP money.
Obviously.
She doesn't really even need the RISE Act, but it is a law. So
yeah, that's the problem I have, is like we have even with the $10 million, again, I sound like a broken record, but they passed a law that was supposed to give $10 million to GMH for, to fix all the issues there, and they never got the money. Mm-hmm. So this governor has shown that she willfully ignores or disobeys laws, which is, we're a freaking island of laws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this one,
and to me, that's you just, it doesn't matter if you're the governor, a law is a law, you know what I mean, that you're just supposed to follow. What kind of example is that set?
But there was always that debate back then when the CARES Act money came out on, you can't legislate federal money, the Guam legislature, because it's federal money, right?
Yeah.
And but they still did is it a Zuda Mangafa?
Yeah.
They still did that.
Yeah.
And so then they still did the RISE.
And
but there was that backup, well, then you could use local money.
But just real talk, it's like the governor didn't want the senators to tell her how to spend the money. But when it came to throwing a bone to the senators who really support everything she does in the legislature, like Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, and Senator Amanda Shelton, then it was okay for the legislature to chime in on how to spend this money. But it's just this freaking petty politics, you know what I mean?
The governor didn't sign the RISE Act, though. She let it lapse into law.
Well, she didn't veto it. Yeah, so, I don't know. Again, like Bree said, the whole intent of the RISE Act wasn't to show a middle finger to government workers. That wasn't it at all. It was just that they felt the private sector suffered more. They did. They just did. I'm sorry. They did. It's a fact.
So anyway, that's what we're hearing, that there may be an executive order that will be signed and issued today regarding the RISE Act, and the possibility that it may include GovGuam employees. So we'll all have to wait and see.
There you go. All right, so that's that. 9:20, right here on the link. Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center coming up. But yeah, again, just going back, I think the more input, the merrier, right? You're right, because you could have people looking at a picture, the same picture, and they're seeing the same thing, but when you bring in a new set of eyes, sometimes someone will be like, hey, you don't see that thing over there? It's the same thing with coming up with ideas.
Right. So we also just have another, Nestor is on it, man, I tell you.
Yeah.
So he is also just informing us, we talked a lot about what happened last night with the Consolidated Commission on Utilities and GPA's request for the increase in the LEAC, and it was approved. And so, it goes to the PUC for final approval. But at the end of the day, it could be real, right? If the PUC approves it, and it's like a $56 a month. $58 a month increase, right, on the average power bill. So now we just heard that the CCU will consider pulling back the LEAC increase if they get ARP money. And that is from discussions that John Beneventi has had
with the governor yesterday. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yesterday.
We just pitched this whole thing a couple days ago.
So that's another one to watch out for.
Yeah, and it kind of started again with the senators. This started with the senators. The senators, in their spending plan proposal, submitted to the governor, and they had known about this 30% increase that Guam Water Works Authority was going to pass on to the ratepayers, and the senators, in their wisdom, all 15 of them, said, hey, we want to give Guam Water Works money for that sewer project so that they don't have to pass on a rate increase to the ratepayers. So that seed was planted with the senators. And we just heard yesterday UOG tuition hike. Everyone was pissed off about it, rightfully so, but then they got their ARPA money, and they're now holding off on that increase. And so, is that blackmail, though, what GPA is doing to the governor? They're just basically like, we're going to sock it to the ratepayers, but if you give us the ARPA funds, then we can just never mind that on the... So I don't know. But that's really passing the buck. And it puts the governor in a hot spot, right? Because they met with her, and then John Beneventi came out and said, hey, we told the governor if we get this ARPA funds, we're going to cut no more increase. And so really the pressure's on the governor. So, for both of these, the senator submitted the Waterworks plan where we would be spared of a 30% increase, and now GPA has come to the table and said we want to do the same thing, Madam Governor. There you go. 9:23. We'll take a quick break. Or maybe it's all by design, right? To let the governor save the day. That's the clout that she has right now. Because at the end of the day, she could just say, no, senators, thank you, no thank you. Thanks for the plan. Appreciate it. But she could decide. She is the ultimate authority in deciding how this money is spent. But again, it was her who had reached out after being asked by the senators 5 million times to be included. She reached out and said, hey, yeah, we'll meet. And so that's where we are now. But they haven't heard back. It's rapidly evolving, guys. We'll take a break and come back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
What are we living for? We kill ourselves for tomorrow. Why do we sell ourselves short when now we need to do is borrow? Trust in me, good brother, or I'm to pick you up when you are down. Trust in me, good sister, or I'm to turn your frown upside down. About 18 years I've been living, appreciating all I've been given. Life, love, and prosperity. They say it's the three things that should matter to me, but the only one I cherish is God. Always the only one who understands where I'm coming from. See, please remember me. When I was down, I never gave up fighting. Fighting for life is just. Fighting to kill is a fight that we've lost. Please remember me. When I was down, I never gave up fighting. Fighting for life is just. Fighting to kill is a fight that we've lost. People say I undermine myself. Well, it's my way of dealing with the cards I've been dealt. Young blood in the world trying to make it to the top, but never ever wanting to try to grow up and say killing's hard, surviving's even harder. I hear about the murders and I read about mass slaughters. So what do ya get for killing your kind, experiencing me and my for the rest of your life? Oh, please remember me. When I was down, I never gave up fighting. Fighting for life is just. Fighting to kill is a fight that we've lost. Oh, please remember me. When I was down, I never gave up fighting. Fighting for life is just. Oh, fighting to kill is a fight that we've lost.
Yeah. Good stuff. This is a song called Fighting for Life by Ray Santos. I don't know which Ray Santos. I feel like there's a lot of Ray Santos out there. Good stuff, though. 9:28. This is The Link. Good morning. Yep. I feel like we got to get money out. You know, the RISE Act, that covers, what is it? People earn $40,000 and lower.
No, I haven't seen a stimulus check, and so I'm not sure.
Well, we're getting Daphne on tomorrow, so we could ask about our stimmies. And then there was another measure that the Republicans had come up with, but this was modeled after something they did in Hawaii. And it's this idea where they use the American Rescue Plan funding, and then each of us would get $500 on a little debit card. And then the idea being that they give us the money and empower us to reinvest that money into our local businesses.
Is that the part of the Let's?
That's the Get Guam Moving thing? Right. But they did this in Hawaii. I think it's a freaking great idea. Totally. Because, you know, and it's so interesting, the governor, when this whole RISE Act, and I just want to congratulate the senators for really pushing this RISE Act, because they're the ones that pushed it. The governor wanted nothing to do with it, right? It's already a law. She could have paid it way back with the CARES Act. You know what I mean? But it's just whatever. She wants to pay all the government employees because election's next year, so she got to take care of the GovGuam employees. That's all this is about. GovGuam employees are doing fine. They never stopped working. Or, I'm sorry, they never stopped getting paid, is actually more accurate, because a lot of them didn't work. Which is fine. It is what it is, right? That's why you guys go in the government, because it's job security. It's a safety net. I'm totally down for that. I agree. But you just didn't suffer as much, and that was the whole point of the RISE Act. So I don't even know if, like, the governor wanting to pay these GovGuam employees and these retirees, it just seems like hush money, you know? Let's just pay them too so they don't complain, so they'll be happy for next election. That's what it is, That's totally what it is. Totally. So yeah, I feel like we just need to get money out of this ARPA. That's the intent of Congress. Give us the money. Do that. Of all those Republican ideas, that's the one that I really like. $500 debit card to go take your family out to eat, right? Support some local businesses. Because the governor, again, going back to when they're talking about this RISE Act, she was like, oh, well, we already got a stimulus from the federal. But that's gone, man. Right, guys? People are hurting out there. Food commodities, at least one of them running out at the end of the month. Right? Well, this is definitely something we're going to be talking about a whole lot. And we'll keep you posted on this. As Bria just said, we got word from Adelup that there is going to be an executive order.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly.
That there would be an executive order basically changing the RISE Act to include Government of Guam employees. And also there may be, right? That's what I said.
Wait, so you can amend a law with an executive order? Yeah.
No. It's an executive. I'm sorry, not amending to include. I'm sorry.
To include, I see.
Right,
okay.
because they don't even need this RISE Act law. I mean, they can't tell the governor how to spend federal money. So she could pay whatever she wants to pay. She could pay the RISE Act anyway. You know.
I mean, she could give us all $1,000 right now.
Yeah. She doesn't need the RISE Act to tell her, what to do.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, that's a lot of power, and that's really where the legislature's coming. And this is something that's happening nationally too. So nationally, there's a lot of debate about these federal monies that are being given to these governors of states and territories, where it's basically a $600 million blank check, right? I mean, that's huge. The amount of authority and power and just clout that the governor has right now. It's 9:33, Wednesday, May 26th. I think or Jennifer, are we waiting for someone else? I think we are. We're going to go in with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center and our mental health awareness update, the last one, because it was May is Mental Health Awareness Month. But before we get into that, we're going to get into this, which is Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King. Guys, can we just open up the book of BK real quick, sir? You don't mind? Burger King, you can start your day at Burger King. Taste the French toast breakfast sandwich, now available. Let me tell you, French toast breakfast sandwich, that's the tweet right there. Also brought to you by our friends at Docomo Pacific. And this morning's Cover Me, we have AJ Sablan. Good morning.
My name is AJ Sablan. My name is AJ Sablan. This is my cover of Heartbreak Anniversary. Balloons are deflated. Guess they look lifeless like me. We miss you on your side of the bed. Still got your things here. They stare at me like souvenirs. Don't wanna let you out my head. Just like the day that I met you, the day I thought forever. Said that you love me, that'll last forever. It's cold outside. When you walked out my life, when you walked out my life. 'Cause I get like this every time. On these days I feel like you and me. Heartbreak anniversary. 'Cause I get like this every time. All these days I feel like you and me. Heartbreak anniversary. I'm building my hopes up like presents unopened to this day. I still see the messages you read. foolishly patient. Can't get back to the taste of your lips. Don't wanna let you out my head.
Behavioral Health and Wellness Center next, right here on the link. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Time and space and not allow us to succeed the way that we thought our love life would be. Every time I see that smile on your face, it brings me so much joy in my heart. Yeah, takes me back to the very first time when you said you wanted us to start. Baby, I apologize for all those lonely days and those restless nights.
3-time study featuring Alter Ego, Lonely Days. Good morning. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Jennifer Cruz from Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Jennifer is a social service supervisor with the Adult Outpatient Services Division of Jibwick. And this service is for people 18 and up who may be experiencing a variety of life, emotional, mental health issues, from adjustment to life stressors to serious mental illness. That's quite a wide parameter. Jennifer, good morning.
It is.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, tell us a little bit more about your program. Layman's terms.
Yeah, so I'm the supervisor for the Community Support Services, which is under our Adult Mental Health Outpatient with our department. So with the Community Support Services, that's the I oversee the social workers. So it's a very demanding job. The positions that the social workers provide, we do work with a variety of adults, as you mentioned, from adjustment issues with life stressors to serious mental illness, and really supporting them in identifying what their needs are, identifying support services together with our partner agencies and nonprofits, and really promoting, integration in the community setting so that individuals can receive treatment they need in the least restrictive way. So we really promote that wellness and recovery, with treatment. So it's a lot. They're very busy. Our department is very busy, but our workers are very dedicated workers, and really still come in every day to do the best that they can in serving our community.
Give me a day in the life of your job.
With my job is nonstop, I think, from 7:30 in the morning with our preparing for our daily treatment meetings, assisting our staff with consultations with cases. We still do our 24 hours crisis intake assessments, right? So we're still we're entertaining and assisting the community as best as we can. So we're working with that. We still have meetings in improvement our programs within our department and really improving our service delivery. So we pay a lot of attention in how, as a whole, we can continue to improve and provide better services, better access to the people in the community. And it's nonstop. I think my only break is probably my lunch break. But I love our job. Everyone's kind of always on the go here. Very busy. Everyone just keeps passing each other through the hallways. But it's pretty busy. Very well. We have a huge initiative and mission that our department, really strives to achieve. So it really keeps us all on our toes with ensuring that we make our days as effective as possible. So it's pretty busy over here.
When you do your outreach and your services, are we talking about, is it mostly over the phone, in person?
Well, with our crisis intake, it can be done over the phone or as a walk-in basis. If people in the community need services or assistance, they can come into our building 24/7, 7 days a week, if they need guidance on, for an initial assessment. And as well as our crisis hotline, our hotline runs 24/7. So if they have a question on something or they want guidance or referrals, they can contact, and we have staff on board to assist 24 hours a day. So that would be our crisis intake assessments. Our programs do outreaches in the community, and we do have partners events, right, with our partner agencies and really promoting our services. So that happens as well.
Crisis intake. Give me, a few examples of what a crisis is relative to what you guys see, right? I mean, no names, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Well, right now, a lot of the things that we're seeing is a lot of anxiety-related issues, a lot of adjustment issues, both for adults and youth. Adults are still experiencing the stressors, especially when it comes to work-related issues or income-related, and still dealing with a lot with the pandemic. The youth are still experiencing a lot of anxiety-related due to online learning or transitioning back into the classroom. So those are things that we're still seeing, even though we've completed the school year, that is still prevalent. Sorry, my office light goes off if there's no movement. But yeah, we're still functioning on a crisis kind of mode, especially with the given restrictions, right, that we're still in P43. So there's still things in place that our department provides as far as structure to really ensure safety, right, for both the providers and the community members when they come to seek services. So it's a variety of things, but it's 24/7, and we have a team that's prepared and available at any time of the day.
Intake, the crisis intake. Can you talk a little bit more about the intake process?
Sure. When they come, we do have intake workers that are assigned. So they would go through our intake packet, right, which is kind of gathering the consents if they want to engage in the treatment process and informing of what their rights and responsibilities are as they engage in our services. And then that's usually where we just get our kind of general background information, family history, identify what's the presenting need that they're coming, today to seek services. And then the providers will do their assessment. If it warrants, further consultations, we'll make the arrangements with our on-call psychiatrist for further assessment and guidance with treatment. And then depending on the eligibility, we have a variety of programs in our department. So they would be then referred to the appropriate program for further follow-up and treatment recommendations. So that's something that we do every day. We have our team meetings for dispositions every weekday, except holidays. So it's pretty fast paced, you know, when people come through the door, and we really try our best to link them with the lead provider as soon as possible.
Are there instances where you get people who come on or come in, you know, because they're stressing or any of the situations you described, where it goes from them just coming in to want to talk to somebody to them actually being, I mean, is committed? Do you guys commit people to Jibwick?
To our inpatient unit?
Yeah.
Yes, that definitely happens, you know, and those are the things that we consider depending what's the presenting problem, if there are a harm to themselves or others, or maybe the symptoms they're experiencing. It's not safe for them to go home at that day, and there's a need for stabilization. So those are things that we work with our psychiatrists and ensure that if those are the circumstances, that they are placed in our unit for close monitoring until such time that it's safe for them to, you know, to return home. So yes, those instances can happen for those cases where they come in for intake and that ends up being the recommendation for treatment at that moment.
I'm sure you have you know, occasions where the an individual might come in for counseling or whatever, and then the determination is made that, oh, we have to house you in here, and maybe they're like, oh no, that's not what I want.
Yeah, and that happens as well, you know, and a lot of the times too, it kind of takes the provider to really explain to them what's the reason, right? And ultimately we look out for the safety, you know, so, you know, that can be some psychoeducation that's provided as far as why that's the recommendation. And then for extreme circumstances, you know, if there is a need for inpatient and the client is not kind of up for that recommendations, there's other measures that could be made, you know, to ensure safety. So it depends, it varies, you know, throughout the day. It can be a variety of this on the spectrum of what happens, but we do try our best to make the best assessments and decisions as they come. So there's a lot of people that assist. So, you know, again, if there's anyone that's in need, we have our crisis hotline, or maybe if you're not quite sure of if you would even be in need of further services and you just want to clarify or ask questions, you know, that's another route as well. And then they'll guide you if they feel that you should just come in, you know, for further assessment. So
What's the capacity for inpatient there at Jibwick?
I believe we have 14. So we have 2 of our adult inpatient, and I believe it's 14 to 16 for each. And we do have our children inpatient as well. So we have 3 inpatient units.
Do you ever, I mean, other than people coming in voluntarily, do you ever receive intake or have to put people in the inpatient program as a result of like wellness checks that Guam Police maybe sometimes conducts?
Yeah, you know, I can't pinpoint that scenario, but it can happen, you know, and those are things that if it comes in through like our hotline, and we try our best to obtain as much information as we can, right? Without kind of, so as much as we can, even if it does require our wellness check, then our hotline workers are also trained in making those referrals to GPD for assistance, you know, and then we work closely with GPD. So they bring consumers here if there's a need, right, for further assessment. So that's definitely a possibility. I'm pretty sure it has happened. But yeah, we get calls from friends who say, I'm not quite sure if my friend's okay, kind of, well, you know, we're concerned. So we'll either guide them through that process, or we have enough information, kind of defer to GPD for a wellness check.
Wow, that's so interesting. When you talk about the stressors, like where does it kind of, I don't know if cross the line is the right term, but like you said, so many adults and children are just stressed about this damn pandemic, or, you know, finances, or, I mean, there's just a million things to stress about now. But where does it go from, you know, I'm stressing about it to I need help?
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, kind of like everyone kind of it would experience some form of stressor, right, on a day to day, even just, just day to day stuff. You know, you just already stressed, like, oh God, I have to get up at this time. That can already cause stress, right? Especially if we're not in the mood. But when you really want to kind of highlight or kind of be mindful, if it's starting to impact your functioning, you know, so like if you're starting to feel that or see that the stressors are starting to overwhelm your ability to do things, you know, your ability to kind of perform when you go to work, or your motivation to do something, you know, or now you're seeing that the stressors is like, okay, I don't even want to kind of leave my house. When you're starting to see that it's starting to have some form of impact on your daily functioning, you definitely kind of want to be mindful of that and really kind of pay more attention is what else might be going on, you know, that I'm experiencing, or, you know, we have rough days, we have rough weeks, you know, those are all kind of normal emotions and responses to daily stressors. But when it starts to impact functioning, you want to pay closer attention to that.
So how do we avoid getting to that point where we're just so stressed, I'm keeping it in, I don't want to talk to anybody because, you know, the stigma, boom, all of a sudden I need inpatient services. So are there things that people can do in their own worlds to kind of avoid all that buildup and that potential, you know, explosion, if you will?
Yeah, you know, there's definitely a lot of things that can still happen before it gets to a place where like professional help, right, may be needed. And even if professional help is needed, that's totally okay, you know. But there's things that, you know, we can kind of do within ourselves. Like what are those things that works for us, right, to relieve stress? A lot of people resort to physical activities to relieve stress, right? If they need to go for a run or a walk or do something, or hang out with your friends, like, you know, one night of the week, just to kind of like regroup and digest, you know, what you've been experiencing. So people definitely have different things that may not know are coping mechanisms that they already do internally, that they have naturally kind of built within them. And then there's a lot of self-help guidance and resources that are offered, you know, online. Like for our Instagram page, we post a lot of tips on coping skills, ways to manage stress. So our Instagram page is a good kind of resource too, to kind of stay on top of those things. And you know, even for providers, we're not excluded, that we don't fall under this category, you know, so we're not excluded from that. So even for me, I would constantly check our Instagram page. And sometimes when I'll see a post, I'm like, oh man, I kind of like needed that for the day, you know, like, or kind of reminder. So it's something that is for everybody, you know, as good kind of reminders to kind of check ourselves and so forth. But there's a lot of things that people do that they may not necessarily kind of know those are coping strategies, right? Or ways to relieve stress, but find those things that kind of make you feel happy, or kind of, if it's certain people that you want to be around to kind of just make, like, lighten up your day, kind of lift your spirits, kind of, you know, those are things that we can do with each other and with our family members, our friends. So just kind of identifying what are those things that make me feel better, you know, and kind of expand more on those things. And those are a lot of things too that doesn't need to cost money, you know, or resources, or sign up for a program. So there's a lot of things that we can do that will still be like cost efficient to really help our mental health. So but follow our Instagram page. There's a lot of tips, you know, even if our partner agencies have things that are going on, it would also be shared, you know, if people are interested in those areas and those things. So
Jen, because we've had I think we've had about almost every single Jibwick employee on the show at one time or another. But when you talk about the service providers, meaning the staff, also having to talk about their feelings and to, even receive some of the services that you guys normally give to people. And and just having all these different people on, they'll say things like, oh, after a shift, there's an opportunity to debrief, right? So just having been in one of the essential agencies that never closed during the pandemic, for you just personally, was there ever a point where it was just too much, or you just felt like, God, I'm tired of hearing it. I can't take it? Because I know your center is to put yourself last, right? Because you're being here for all these other people. But was there ever a point where you reached that?
There is definitely a time that I've reached that, probably multiple times, especially during the pandemic, is when, we're working shifts, we're doing daytime, swing time, graveyard shift. And even when I was when I was working the shifts, I actually worked the graveyard shifts so I could be home with my children, because we all know the challenges that I'm pretty sure every parent experience with childcare, with the schools being closed, So there was a lot of stressors to that, right? Just that was kind of becoming the norm of your daily life and your routine. But for us, right, when we're working with clients and we're kind of in that mode professionally, we have to kind of have this kind of mindset to separate when we are in front of that person, right? In being present, in giving our full attention. So it does take a lot of discipline to have that separation when you're in front of that person and giving your undivided attention and being present in what's going on, So, you just kind of have to kind of rely on your colleagues, right? Who's also kind of experiencing the same stressors to kind of provide some kind of relief, kind of try to make work fun somehow, some way, just to kind of break off all of those stressors and not everything to be too serious all the time. So you really kind of have to rely on your colleagues for that, because, with the type of work we do, this is things too, we can't just go and talk to anybody about, right? So there's a lot of limitations. So we just try to, despite all of the challenges and the demand on our department, the workers, we still showed up to work the next day. That kind of says a lot as well, of the commitment to the work we do, and understanding the state that our community is in and the resources that are still needing to be provided. So yeah, we're not excluded from being stressed. Sometimes we need the day off because we need it, right? We need like a mental health break. So whenever you're able to find that time, like take advantage of it, so.
Jen, we have just 90 seconds left, but I wanted to
okay.
No. I wanted to ask, because social work, right? It's a field where we always need people, and we definitely need people who are representative of the communities they serve. So, it's great to see more social workers, but just to kind of shake the tree, if you could, in 30 seconds, encourage people to go into social work. Why?
Because it's a very fulfilling job. We need social workers out there to really help our most vulnerable populations and really work towards improving our community as a whole. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. So we need more help.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. It was great. Good talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hasta.
Bye. Have a good day.
Adios. All right. Jennifer from Jibwick. Good stuff. Mental Health Awareness Month is May, and a big part of what we've been discussing for this month has been erasing the stigma. Guys, reach out, 647-8833. You'd be surprised how many people just need someone to talk to. Okay, I mean, even me, everybody. So do that. To take those steps to maintain your mental health and your stress, your hypertension, and everything. Because she's right. Everyday life can be the biggest stressor. But that's why we always get tomorrow. All right. And talking about tomorrow, thank you guys for supporting us today. This has been another episode of The Link. My name is Chris for Sabrina Salas Matanani, Joe Sir, the vacationing Jason Salas, and our guys in Master Control. Thank you so much for jamming with us, and we'll be back at you tomorrow for another episode of The Link, KUAM TV and Link Fam. My name is Chris. Adios!